call to order, perhaps through to the clerk, any formalities in this virtual meeting world.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. This meeting is being live streamed. In order to ensure that this meeting remains accessible to the public, the meeting will be recessed for 15 minutes if the live stream is interrupted or fails. Staff will work to get the live stream up and running and will keep council informed. We'll now proceed to roll call. Mayor Brown. Mayor Brown. Thank you. Councillor Carlson? Councillor Carlson?
I'm here.
Thank you. Mayor Crombie indicated that she would be arriving a bit later for the meeting. Councillor Demerla also indicated that she would be arriving a bit later.
And I can just let you know Mayor Brown is on the call now too.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Dasco?
I'm here. Good morning.
Morning, thank you. Councillor Dillon? Councillor Dillon? Councillor Downey?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fonseca?
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Groves?
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Innes?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Kovac? Councillor Kovac? Councillor Mahoney?
Good morning. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden?
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Present. Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Parrish? Councillor Parrish? I see her. Thank you. Councillor Raz?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Sato?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Santos, it also indicated she'd be arriving a bit later for the meeting. Councillor Sinclair?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Starr?
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson? Mayor Thompson? Councillor Vicente?
Present.
Thank you. And we have quorum. Mr. Chair, turn it back over to you. Thank you.
I'm here. Carolyn Parrish.
Thank you, Councillor Parrish.
And Madam Clerk, it's John Kovac. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I have. Thank you, Councillor Kovac.
Thank you. Good morning.
Sorry, this is Councillor Medeiros. Did you hear my attendance?
Yes, I did, Councillor Medeiros. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if anyone's speaking, I'm not hearing any sound, and nor are the rest of us on virtual, I think.
I thank you. I believe the chair might be having some technical issues. We're just going to reach out to him just to confirm that he's able to access the stream. I'll ask him. Councillor Mahoney, you're the acting chair for the month of December. The chair is having some issues, some technical issues. I would ask if at this time you could step in and continue to chair the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Mahoney, are you present?
You left the meeting.
Right. So the next acting chair would be Councillor McFadden.
It's probably trying to reboot and get back on. We're all having sound issues.
Okay, so perhaps if we could just wait for a few minutes. Oh, thank you.
It's Councillor Raz. I can confirm that Matt got booted out of the meeting, and so did Councillor Downey. So they're trying to get back in.
Good morning, members of council. It appears that there are some major outages that have been reported through Rogers. So we are doing everything we can at this point to try to get the members who've been booted back in, but it may just take a few minutes. If I could just ask everyone to just please just hold for a few minutes. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have to at least start the meeting and then we could recess before we lose it technically? Not sure about the rules.
So the meeting was called to order, and we did confirm that we had quorum to proceed. So we still had a few other items to deal with before we get to the delegations.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Good morning, members of council. It appears that there are, again, some major outages affecting Rogers customers. So at this time, I would ask if Councillor McFadden, who is the next acting chair, could continue to preside over the meeting. And Councillor McFadden, I'm here to assist you any way that I can.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would ask you if you wouldn't mind reading the Indigenous land statement. I don't have that in front of me. If you wouldn't mind doing that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor McFadden. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather and which the Region of Peel operates is part of the Territory of Lands and Territory of the Mississauga of the Credit. For thousands of years, Indigenous peoples inhabited and cared for this land. In particular, we acknowledge the territory of the Anishinaabeg, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe Chippewas people, the land that is home to the Métis, and most recently the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land, and by doing so, give our respect to its first inhabitants.
Thank you very much. Moving on, declarations of conflict of interest from any member of council. Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Acting Chair, my hand is up.
Sorry, I have only one screen. I can't see it, so I'll have to rely on the clerk to see what's going on the back.
Thank you. So I need to declare a conflict, and I filed the paper with the clerk for item, excuse me, 7.3, which is the operating budget. I will refrain from discussion on non-union salaries as I have family members working for the region in non-union positions. And I also want to, it's not a conflict of interest under the Municipal Act, but in caution, I'm just going to say that I will not be involved in the discussion on Councillor Parrish's motion 10.1, which relates to funding for the food banks. We have a rather silly little clause in our code of conduct that says if you have a family member that sits on a board of any organization that may benefit from decisions of the region, that you should not vote. My husband is a volunteer board member of Eden Food for Change. And while there's zero pecuniary interest and it's not a municipal conflict of interest, I just out of caution and just in case anybody complains about it, I just won't vote on that. So that could be recorded, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Sato, for declaring your conflict of interest. Moving down to approval of minutes. Could I get an approval, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a motion moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Daskell, that the minutes of the November 25th, 2021 Regional Council Budget meeting be approved. And if we could just
Sorry, Madam Clerk, I had declared a conflict on that agenda, and it's in the minutes, so I probably should not be moving it or voting on it. That part's very unclear.
Okay, then I'll have the motion moved by Councillor Fonseca and seconded by Councillor Daskell. And are there any objections? Hearing none? Oh, sorry. Hearing none, that carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving down to the approval of the agenda, Madam Clerk, could I get someone to approve today's agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we actually have one additional item, if I could go ahead and read that item.
Absolutely.
All right. We received a letter yesterday from the Mississauga Food Bank regarding the additional funding for Peel food banks to be dealt with under communications items 8.2. So if we could just get a mover and a seconder for the approval of the agenda motion as amended. I see Councillor Mayor Crombie and Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much. Moving down to our first delegation. It's nice to have our Peel Regional Police here today to present their budget for 2022. Thank you. Welcome, Chief to the Regional Council meeting this morning.
Maybe I'll begin. This is introducing this delegation. Good morning, Chair, Regional Council staff, and everyone who's watching today. I'm the Peel Police Services Board Chair. My name is Ahmed Attia, and if you recall, it was earlier this year that I gave one of my first speeches as Chair, and it was also to the Regional Council, but for the 2021 budget. And as we again gather virtually to hear from the Chief and our Finance and Budget Committee Chair on the 2022 budget, we are reminded of the impacts of COVID-19 that are still being experienced. And so before I turn the floor over to my board colleague, Al Bowden, I wanted to spend a minute talking a little about what the board has accomplished over the past year. Members of Regional Council, as you're aware, the board is responsible for developing the police services strategic plan, determining its budget, monitoring its success, ensuring that adequate policing is provided to the residents of Peel, and providing the police service and its members with the tools and support it needs to ensure the community safety and well-being. And despite the pandemic, I'm here to share with you today that we've made significant strides forward in our priorities. To date, we've implemented a comprehensive policing, community safety and well-being strategy. We've developed a mental health and addiction strategy, which was announced just this week. We've centralized our intimate partner violence unit to better protect and support families who have been victimized by abuse or violence. We've introduced body-worn cameras for our members, which will increase trust, accountability, and transparency, and strengthen road safety through our Vision Zero initiatives. Earlier this month, we released our 2020 crime statistics, and Peel Regional Police have the lowest crime rate among the top 10 municipal police services in Canada. For clearing serious crimes, including homicides, robberies, and break-ins, Peel Police lead the nation. This was made possible by the hard work of our officers. And while we are all very pleased with these results, the board is dedicated to reducing the community's dependency on police, finding more proactive methods to enhance safety, supporting Peel's multicultural communities, and preventing crime. The work to strengthen the trust with the community has begun and is ongoing. As you know, in 2019, the board accepted the findings and recommendations of an independent third-party equity audit. Last year, the Be the Change PRP recruitment campaign resulted in 58% of new Peel Police graduates being racialized and visible minorities. In 2020, the board entered into an agreement with the Ontario Human Rights Commission to develop binding remedies to eliminate systemic racism within policing. These represent some of the changes in our goals of enhancing diversity, equity, inclusion, and strengthening public trust and confidence through accountability and transparency. More recently, the board approved the creation of a new diversity inclusion committee of the board, which has an objective to listen to our community members and ensure the board's governance mandate is informed from as many perspectives as possible. In fact, following a number of comments from community members, the board took decisive action to ensure anti-Black racism is the first point of focus for the committee. Members of the Peel Police Services Board come and go, as you know. And as a result, systemic challenges necessitate the development of long-term mechanisms to ensure the continuity of community engagement and proper integration into the system and structure of the board and the police service in order to assure meaningful implementation of recommendations. The Police Services Board, the Chief, his management group, and all of Peel Regional Police are committed to working with the community and government partners in order to achieve our goal of becoming the most progressive police service in Canada. The board is proud of the work we have accomplished and know the work is ongoing, but we also ensure we act with a fiscal responsibility lens in everything that we do. And as you will soon hear, this year's budget manages growth and continues to support our community and members of our police service in a way that requires a careful and critical eye. 2022 budget is necessary to provide adequate resources to ensure our streets remain safe and our residents receive the best service available. After a year of thoughtful and collaborative efforts by all members of the board, we believe that this budget is necessary and it was approved unanimously. Once again, thank you, Chair, for giving me a few moments. And I'd now like to invite my colleague, Mr. Bowden, who chairs our Finance Committee, and Chief Duriappa to begin their presentation. Thank you for having me with you today.
Thank you, Ahmad. I'll look forward to the next presentation.
Good morning. Let me start by thanking Board Chair Atia for providing council with some of the board's achievements in 2021 and to underscore the work that has gone into this year's budget. Chair Ianika, members of Regional Council and regional staff, it is my pleasure to join you this morning to introduce the 2022 Peel Police Services budget along with Chief Duriappa. The fact that we are now presenting our second police budget virtually is a sobering reminder that the impacts of the global pandemic are still being felt. I am Al Boughton. In addition to being a member of the Police Services Board, I am also the chair of the board's Finance, Audit, and Risk Committee. One of our duties as a committee is to work closely with the chief and his team over the course of the year to review and make directions or decisions on finance-related matters, as well as collaborating on the development of the budget on behalf of the board. The process we used to develop our 2022 budget began as soon as council approved our 2021 budget. As a committee, we met throughout the year with the chief and his team to review the status and progress of our spending, how the budget is linked to our strategic plan, and how we are ensuring we are delivering adequate and effective policing in Peel in the most fiscally responsible way. While the word collaboration gets thrown around often, I can safely and confidently say that the 2022 police budget was a true collaboration between the entire board, the chief, board staff, and the talented finance team at Peel Regional Police. When I appeared here last to introduce the chief prior to the 2021 budget, I explained why council is hearing from members of the board instead of only hearing from the chief. I would like to reiterate those points today. First, and most important, is to ensure everyone is aware that this is the board's budget. As mandated in the Police Services Act, the decisions and financials of this budget represent the direction of the board via the strategic plan, which has been developed with important input from the chief and the police service. Second, as a board charged with ensuring adequate and effective policing in our community, I want the community and the thousands of members of Peel Regional Police to know that our decisions will always support community safety and well-being. As the chief will speak to shortly, this year's budget achieves the board's goal of managing growth in our region, supporting the members of Peel Regional Police, and ensuring we are only using the resources we absolutely require from the perspective of fiscal responsibility. It is our hope each of you on council agrees. The board felt that this budget is necessary and was approved unanimously. In this context, I will be remiss if I do not underscore the leadership that your colleagues on the police board provided. Specifically, I'd like to thank Chair Ianika, Mayor Crombie, and Councillor Medeiros for their leadership and experience. As board members, they championed that community safety and well-being comes first and foremost. On a personal note, since I became chair of the Finance, Audit, and Risk Committee, I have been struck with the knowledge, experience, and professionalism of every member of Peel Regional Police that contributes to developing our budget. As I turn the floor over to the chief, I'd like to thank Regional Council for considering the budget today. I also want to thank my fellow committee members, my board colleagues, the chief, and the police service for a truly collaborative effort to bring you our 2022 budget. Chief, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Boughton. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Chair McFadden. And if I just take 2 seconds here. Thank you very much, Chair McFadden, for the introduction. And I want to say good morning to Regional Council. It's a pleasure to see you, I guess, virtually. I think there's some benefits to being virtual, maybe perhaps, is that in your minds, I look taller on a computer screen, and I'd hate to remind you of my actual height. But that being said, I want to thank Chair Attia and Mr. Bowden for their comments. I do also have with me online our Director of Finance and Planning, Ms. Carolyn Holmes. With that, we'll begin the presentation. I see the slide deck is before you. Thank you so much for the comments. This is my privilege to present to you our budget presentation as it pertains also to our strategic priorities that we're so focused on here in Peel Region. And these opportunities to speak to all of you, because this is your police service for your community. We really want to ensure that you are fused in with our strategic activities and where we're headed in our goal of making this organization, this community, and continuing to make it the safest large municipality in Canada. So with that, next slide, please. As you all know, that our focus here at Peel Police is to engage in a seismic shift in how we see policing. And my goal with my team and everybody here organizationally is to ensure that the lens for delivering all our services comes from the filter of community safety well-being. And really this slide here is just to reiterate the unity between the way Peel Regional Police, the region of Peel, and the province sees how we need to think of responding to needs and risks in the community differently. And within Peel Police, this year we have established our own internal community safety well-being plan, which is a companion document to the regional plan, which I have the privilege of co-chairing with Commissioner Nancy Polsinelli. And as you can see, our big 4 bucket priorities are directly aligned to the ones that are stated at the region of Peel. And we want to also say that we're one of only 1 or 2 police organizations within Ontario that has its own planning framework, which really says that we are going to deliver services with a new lens. Instead of just operating in the incident response or prevention circle, we're really looking at other opportunities. Next slide, please. Since I've been before you in the last calendar year, I really wanted to highlight some of the work that we've been doing behind the scenes. And that is making sure that our existing resources are aligned to the needs of the community. And this slide just represents that in the last calendar year, I've had the opportunity to reallocate 183 or 180 existing officers and resources to new opportunities that actually make sure that we're serving the community in a different and new way. And I'll look forward to unpacking some of these things for you. And for example, we know that the situation table has about 47 community stakeholders and partners that are attached to the work we're doing. And these partners represent an opportunity for us to off-ramp high needs into the community. Many of you will know that we have engaged in a new family justice intimate partner model, road safety, our new divisional mobilization teams. So this represents just the commitment that we've had within the organization to keep up with the demands. Next slide, please. We're also quite sensitive to the fact that we can't just performatively realign resources. We need to make sure that the organization itself is also aligned. This past year, we have restructured the org chart and moved specific units to meet the community's needs. Not only that is that it aligns to the board and the police services new strategic plan. We've also had the opportunity to do a full top to bottom review of our civilian staffing contingent. and also find opportunities to realign them to the doing things differently, not just from a pandemic lens, but how business process and strategy can look different. Next slide, please. So as we move into some of the big priorities that the police service has committed to, you've seen me highlight them, and Chair Attia mentioned them. I just want to dwell on Council's resolution from June of 2020, which we are very appreciative of, which echoed some of the focus that we're doing, not only just. Thank you. So Council's resolution back in June of 2020 highlighted the fact that this region aligns with the need to enhance and strengthen mental health crisis services in our community, that the over-reliance on emergency services, Chief Dundas's resources, Chief Ritzy's, Chief Boyd's, my officers in crisis, is a reflection and a symptom of the need to strengthen other human services. And, just year to date, my officers have spent, we calculate 42,000 hours of time on mental health related calls. That represents roughly, 3 million of salary dollars. Next slide, please. So as we've dwelled on that fact, we know it's a significant demand. We as a police organization have committed to seismic shifts in our approach to mental health and addictions as a number one priority. We know that roughly 80% of what my officers do is non-criminal. And as some of you know, we on the 30th of November launched our mental health and addictions strategy, which is a priority not just for the region, as we just highlighted, but also for us as a police organization. Our new plan brought in 20 community partners to help inform a strategy, which we at Peel Police never had before. And it really is going to be our pathway for delivering services and connection to services for those who are affected by mental health and addiction that we encounter in many, many different ways to ensure that they are connected to services. One of the other activities we're very excited to speak to and hopefully in the coming months is exploring alternative response to mental health calls, which is also one of the tenets of Council's resolution. We are hoping to embed a crisis worker in our communication center and also look for a non-police response on the street, which will be a remarkable way to serve some of the low-tier mental health calls and needs. As always, we want to grow our crisis rapid response teams. And for all of you who are well aware of it, but for the public that are watching, we pair a crisis worker, a mental health trained professional with a police officer. And we have an 8-person team, which is, a remarkable resource to the front line. And if you can see some of the infographics there, out of the 6,000 mental health calls that we receive, we've received year to date, 36% of them are responded to by this crisis worker and officer, the crisis rapid response team. 64% of the time, still a uniform officer or one or two of them are still responding to that. We would love to invert this chart and see it the complete opposite way. We, of course, are blessed to have the resources of David Smith's team from Canadian Mental Health Association here at Peel Dufferin. But the bottom infographic really tells the story of how valuable they are. When a crisis response team arrives at a doorstep, 21% of the time, it results in an apprehension. What it means is that the remainder of the time, when it's a police officer on their own, 84% of the time, we're apprehending somebody. That just goes to show you that the skills and assets that a crisis worker brings to the doorstep of somebody that needs help is that they are able to better assess the needs of that individual, perhaps connect them directly to resources or services that they may need, as opposed to taking them to an emergency room. And as we all know, and during COVID, the needs of our hospitals and emergency rooms are paramount. And taking the people that need to go to the hospital there versus everybody is a real benefit to that. We are thankful to have the ability now in Peel Region to start referring people right at the roadside to agencies that can better support individuals. Year to date, we've referred 800 people, 750, just shy of that. And we are happy to continue to share some of the work we're doing, partnerships with the province and other agencies right across the GTA as it pertains to mental health addictions. This slide in itself, you know, we could not have told the story a year ago here in Peel. We were, you know, really building the plane off the runway, and we're extremely happy to show that the emphasis here is shifting, but it still is a significant demand. Next slide, please. As all of the regional councillors know, the number one perhaps issue that you may hear from your constituents is always road safety. We've spoke last year or within the year about the impact of COVID and how it's changed the behaviors on the roads. But we also know that people's driving behaviors are back, to full stride. We do recognize that traffic fatalities, even one is too many. We often focus on some of the egregious, criminal activities that happen in our region. But I want to highlight that from a road safety perspective, we are seeing an increase in impaired driving offenses. We are year to date at over 800 impaired driving offenses. And what has been more notable to our police organization is that year over year from 2020 to 2021, we have seen a 90% increase in stunt driving offenses. And, part of that is definitely this change we've seen on the roadways for organized street racing. We've seen them occur in the past summer. Some of these organized street takeovers that have occurred across the GTA are not exclusive to Peel Region, but we've also seen the change in legislation mid-year. In July 1st, we saw an increase in the penalties and the regulations pertaining to street racing, which allows for greater enforcement. That has been a great tool for us, particularly on roadways that have a less than 80-kilometer-hour speed limit. It is no longer a 50K and over penalty to be charged with street racing. It's 40 and over, which is a great asset for us to protect some of our residential areas. Some of our investment, though, has also mirrored the lens of community safety well-being. We know it's not just about straight enforcement. That will always be the bread and butter for trying to influence driver behavior. But we've increased the number of officers, adding approximately 60 new officers to a Safer Roads team. And their activities are to focus on targeted, dangerous, or prolific drivers. We know that before the courts right now is still the ongoing trial of an accused who is responsible for the death of the Chisillo family, a tragic death that we'll never forget in this region. But we also know that, drivers, inclusive of that one, have a significant history of driving infractions and egregious driving offenses. And our ability to focus on compliance, target individuals that are prohibited drivers, potentially could save lives. And this is a new effort for us. Our efforts as it pertains to street racing, Project Takeover, and Erase are ones that we and our teams have been severely committed to in coordination with York Regional Police, Toronto Police, and Halton Police, as well as the OPP. One of the things we're doing here at Peel is when an officer engages in an interdiction of an impaired driver, we are right away at the curbside commencing, of course, a criminal charge. They proceed through court. But right at the roadside, we're engaging in providing referrals to Peel Addiction Assessment and Referral Center. PARC, as we know them, is a new initiative that we're doing. The reality is impaired driving is often a symptom of addictions, whether it be drugs or alcohol. and any opportunity to provide strengthening resources to off-ramp individuals that are chronic impaired drivers is an effort here. Councillor Sato and several councillors have spoken about the need at the community safety well-being table for our enhanced commitment to Vision Zero. We have, over 15 partners, inclusive of the region appeal and the cities, involved with Vision Zero. That is our goal, and it is a perfect example of a multi-sector collaborative initiative that can work towards strengthening road safety here in Peel. We want to set the bar for our municipalities right across this country, a growing region, on how road safety can look. But that is certainly one of our continued places of emphasis and pressures here in the region. Next slide, please. As all of you know, and we often hear from the community, is one violent incident is too many. We do know that statistically, over a 5-year period, we have seen an increase in violent crime. That's a national trend. But we also want to reflect on the fact that, one of these incidents, especially when it hits the media and paper, is enough to cause the entire community to be concerned. And what I often say is we can tell people stats and data all day long, but our community's perception is the reality. And we understand that people's feeling of community safety and how safe they are in their neighborhoods or business community is paramount. And I just want to reflect, very briefly on some of the data here, is that we have seen a reduction in, shootings and homicides and attempt murders in the region, although, the numbers are still not great, which is a good thing. We've seen a reduction year over year. But intimate partner violence still remains one of the greatest demands. It is, the call, 25 calls a day for my officers responding to incident of intimate partner or familial violence. But one of the concerning things we've seen is increase in the last 5 years, 100% increase in human trafficking offenses, and an increase in sexual offenses in the last year. So part of our response to these activities is very concerted. Some of the other elements which we can speak to later that are in here is that we know the community was a year and a bit ago, 2 years ago, affected by a spate of violent car jackings, which are a subset of robberies. We're pleased to say that there's been a 42% reduction in those type of carjackings in the year over year, which we are pleased about, and we're thankful for the work of many of our investigators in this space. Next slide, please. So as it pertains to our response to that, because it's one thing for me as your chief to tell you the data that surrounds that we continue to analyze as it pertains to violent crime and crime in our region. But I think the important part for council to know is the commitment of this police service and my team to do things differently in terms of a response. We are a growing community, and I think the community and our members deserve to know that in years coming out, something needs to be done differently. And so we have, applied the lens of community safety well-being literally to everything that we're doing and engaging in new things that have never occurred before here in the region. Our gang violence reduction strategy is not just about, the newsworthy gang sweeps and the investigations by our amazing officers that are conducting them, but we're also stepping into the space of how we can mitigate offenders, people that are high risk. I'm appreciative of the voice that the board, Chair Yanika, Mayor Crombie, Mayor Brown have given to the small percentage of high risk repeat offenders that continue to cause probably the most harm in our community, and the narrative around considering opportunities that strengthen how we can keep them in custody or in other forms of offender management are really significant for us. We've also engaged in a variety of new initiatives as it pertains to human trafficking. I think council has been also quite vocal at drawing attention to the fact that given the confluence of 400 series highways, the volume of hotels, our proximity to the Pearson Airport right in our region, makes us conceptually a hub for human trafficking. And the way I tell my team is, as a result, we should be the best police service with our partners, demonstrating some of the most fulsome planning and response to human trafficking. We were pleased to announce some provincial partnerships in Peel Region this year on human trafficking, as well as we're about to embark on an initiative at the airport, which involves our officers training the thousands of staff at the airport to look for indicators of individuals who are being trafficked. And simply stated, individuals that are vulnerable, that are being used and exploited as a commodity, equate to human trafficking, and that could be for sexual purpose or for labor. And our efforts are not only to find an opportunity to investigate, but interdict, but a huge emphasis on exiting them. And I really want to commend the Region of Peel for their investment in working with us to establish these pathways for exiting people. We're one of the few municipalities nationally, internationally to have safe beds, not just for them when they're in crisis, but to get individuals back on their feet in a really constructive way. So, I'm pleased to say that we have some of the best ways to get upstream on these activities. I know I've had the opportunity to present to Regional Council on our new family justice model. That's 48, plainclothes, intimate partner and family violence investigators embedded right at Peel Safe Center. It is the largest such model in Canada, and we're proud about that. One of the stats I keep saying is that since they started in May, we've had over 200 to 300 referrals to those 15 agencies that we partner with at Peel Safe Center. And just for reference, Peel Safe Center had last year in 2020 alone only 200 referrals. Since we've been there, we've increased it. And I think it just highlights the emphasis of the need to support our human and social services agencies that are really strengthening support for survivors of intimate partner violence. We want to commend all of them. But I think one of the other things we wanted to highlight, and Deputy Milinovich and his team were able to launch a Project Christopher. We know that it's been many, many years since the loss of this young individual, but it's highlighted the need for us to make sure we have a concerted effort to compliance of sex offenders. Here in Peel Region, we have over 700 sex offenders in our community, and it requires not just the police, but all our partners to ensure that there is an effort to make sure that they're abiding by what is prescribed to them. And this is a unique and very unique program to Peel Region, which we can say is not done to this extent and anywhere in the GTA and the province. So these are all just, I'm skimming the surface of some of the work we're doing, but it represents a shift on how we respond to car thefts, robberies, crime in a new and fulsome way to ensure that we can turn the dial down on some of these pressures in Peel Region. Next slide, please. This slide is perhaps one of my favorite ones, and don't get lost in the title of priority populations. I and my team have scratched our heads with how we can really speak to populations or people in our community that have unique needs. And as all of you know, that could be older adult isolation. If you could go back one slide, please. It could be older adult isolation, youth programs, ethnocultural programming. But if I can draw your attention to the top left is what I want to start with. We know here in Peel Region that 100 people are responsible for 2,900 calls for service. And if we stop and dwell on that in a population of 1.4 million, my officers, and I'm sure paramedic and fire, know and respond to addresses or people that they know are at-risk populations, that are habitual calls for service, that often need mechanisms to really unravel the high confluence of demands that they're doing. And you heard me say earlier that 80% of what my officers do is on non-criminal. It pertains to homelessness, precarious housing, food insecurity, mental health, and addictions. So what we've done here at Peel in the last calendar year is establish a brand new 50-person team of existing officers called our divisional mobilization teams. They are not there to respond to calls for service. They're there to proactively engage members that are at-risk populations that require referrals to community agencies, that are not connected to community-based agencies. And it's a non-enforcement approach. They work directly with our frontline officers that are responding to calls to see if we can off-ramp them. And year to date, our team has made 1,600 interventions that would, the analogy I often use is that if you're at Nisha's house every Friday night and, we respond with, an ambulance and a police officer, and we're repeatedly perhaps dealing with the neighbor dispute or a dispute, but we're stepping over the addictions or unemployment issue, we're looking at ways to off-ramp them. And if you could take that circumstance and know that, at sometimes they end up in real severe crisis, these all represent opportunities to do that. Next slide, please. So this is a case study that I wanted to show you of what some of our officers have done. We have a concurrent initiative, which is a situation table, as I mentioned to you. It's not new to many municipalities, but here in Peel, we have 47 partners that respond to situations of acutely elevated risk. So in this case, this is a case study on one individual here in Peel Region that you could see over a period of years. It was 163 calls for police service. And you can see that the needs of this individual continued to increase. What we have done is use it as an opportunity to off-ramp them and refer them to the situation table. So at the situation table is community partners that say, Nish, we've got the appropriate service that can take this individual and perhaps provide them employment transition and addictions referral program. And as you can see, in 2021, and the reason that there's two in cases in 2021 is we didn't actually refer them till the end of January, and they had already called us once. But since that referral to the situation table and their connection to services, they've had a zero demand on us. So this is another example of how, we're trying to change the traditional call response, methodology of policing in a far more thoughtful way, along with our partners, to really strengthen how the well-being of our community is. Next slide, please. So, the rest of this slide really speaks to the fact that we are also focusing on the fact that we are the most diverse region nationally, and we therefore should have some of the most, mature ethnocultural programming to support our diversity, new Canadians, newcomers, not just our resource councils that we have, but our youth and activities that we're doing. Definitely a focus now to a trauma-informed lens on how we deal with individuals for survivors, partnering with, as I said, Peel Safe Center, Peel Human Trafficking Services, and as well as a real effort to ensure that the future of our community, which is our youth, are strengthened. We've talked about how we have egressed out of the schools from a school resource officer perspective, but we have not walked away from our investment in young people. I wouldn't be here in policing if it wasn't for the interaction between an educator and a police officer. And we know that there are opportunities to strengthen and engage them. And so as a result, we are developing a youth strategy with our community partners, which is, looking at multifaceted ways of making sure that we improve the well-being of young people from a health and a public safety perspective. One of our activities is partnering with Associated Youth Services Appeal and applying the community safety well-being model to youth that are even in pre-charge diversion programs. Of course, I mentioned to you the Safe Bed program, which is what we do with supportive housing in the province, which is SHIP, as all of you know. It's a short-term stabilization initiative for persons in crisis. And officers that are working 24/7 can use this program to get somebody in crisis, and they can be accommodated up to 14 days should they want to participate in it. And as I mentioned to you, divisional community safety well-being teams are a consistent mechanism for us to support people in our community. And as you go through these slides, and I hope I'm not inundating you with a lot of programming, but they all represent what we've been doing just in this last calendar year and into the next year. Next slide, please. At a macro level, I really want to leave you with, the vision statement that I tell my people is that, it's an aspirational statement, is that we want to be, and I want this organization to be the most progressive, innovative, and inclusive police organization. And I'll leave it to you to fill in the blank internationally, provincially, and nationally, locally, whatever it might be. And the tenets of that is, without a doubt, is doing things differently. And that's just not from a strategic standpoint, improving business process, but, absolutely looking back on the last 2 years, in my 26 years of policing, I've never seen perhaps, 2 more years as challenging as that. But one of the things we recognize is it has to be informed by the public we serve. And a citizen-centric approach is, the mantra we're saying. Clearly, a shift to a human rights lens to everything we're doing, but that's rooted in actualizing on the readiness of partners within our community. And that's not just human services. I'm very appreciative of the time and conversation we've had with, Dr. Lowe, all the elements of the region appeal, our emergency services partners, but inclusive of our public and private sector. We are now considering P3 activities with academic institutions, with startups, for think tanks, to leverage how community safety can look here. We know the city of Brampton and Mississauga are looking at innovation tech hubs, and that is aligning right with the work we're doing. Alternative service delivery is one which, I know I have had the privilege of speaking to many of you at regional council, and some of the comments from the last years are, Nish, do you need officers? Perhaps, you've got a finite number of officers with a growing demand in this region, with a growing population. Do you continually need to use them for all the activities that are coming to your doorstep? And I can say here at Peel, we are now actively one of the only few organizations in Ontario and Canada utilizing alternative service delivery. We have a pilot that's occurring right now that we are evaluating, where it's not a uniformed police officer that's responding to extremely low tier calls. We know that we continue to get feedback from the public of, people don't want to wait for when they call for service. We agree that they need appropriate service delivery in the right time. It allows us to use uniform sworn officers where they're needed in the greatest priority. So these are all elements, at the very highest level, that are the lens for changing the way we work. Next slide, please. And it wouldn't be remiss to speak about the emphasis on being innovative and flexible, not just from strategy and business process, but on a day and age where I know Deputy O'Doherty often cringes when I say this, but when you can sign for a home offer on your home to buy a home on your couch on an iPad. We still have officers, using paper notebooks and driving back to the division to make a phone call to perhaps connect somebody to service. And so making sure we leverage technology to ensure that they provide better service to the community and enhance community safety is absolutely the lens we're doing here. We intend on being leaders to ensure that we are actualizing on these opportunities, from a communications and collaboration standpoint. The ability in the next couple of years legislatively for people to send a video to 911 versus just calling by voice is a reality. And we have demonstrated our flexibility, not just for when our courts had to shut down during the pandemic, but being able to adapt and do virtual bail courts. My officers are giving evidence in court right from a police facility. And the next vision is, could they do it from a cruiser? Alternate work locations, electronic parades. We have automated some of our processes so we don't have, heartbeats sitting at a switchboard, gone to automation. We're about to begin a new computer-aided dispatch system, which is the most important technology that we have. It allows for a member of the public to call us and us to dispatch an officer. That is in the next 30 days is changing over. We've also established a digital officer transformation roadmap. As I mentioned to you, when we want an officer to walk out on the street and step into somebody's home, to be able to make a direct referral and connect somebody to services, to have a virtual, translator to help provide language services to somebody. And we know that Chair Attia and Mr. Bowden spoke to body-worn cameras. This is the largest and fastest rollout of this technology, which is there to increase the dialogue on trust and transparency for my officers to tell their stories differently. But it also has the capacity to do live stream video. And our vision is, could we have a settlement worker or crisis worker in a communication center watching the interactions of an officer at the doorstep, perhaps helping them navigate and connect somebody to the appropriate services in a way that we've never done before. And, I couldn't find a more appropriate time. If you look at the bottom left, and it's a complicated title, here at Peel Region, we have our own public safety broadband network. And post 9/11, it was found by the 9/11 Commission that if emergency services in North America were provided with their own LTE, telephone data communication center, the pipeline, we could have probably saved the lives of hundreds of citizens, if not emergency responders. Here in Peel Region and adjacent in Halton, we have the only dedicated public safety broadband network in Canada. And can I tell you, today, we saw it firsthand. There is a large outage for one of our major telecom operators, which stopped the ability for many of you councillors to join today's meeting. And as a point of assurance, what we're offering here is for all our frontline emergency responders is a secure communication that will never happen to a frontline responder here in Peel. When we dispatch an officer, all the information goes through their computer. It's data, and we have a secure pipeline. Despite what happens with our big telecom carriers, it will never go down here in Peel Region. And that is our commitment to service our community in a different way. Of course, we're acutely aware of the impact of cybersecurity, the threats, to the municipalities, to hospitals, institutions. And we have one of the strongest external cybersecurity investigative capacities, as well as internally, we're the keeper of a lot of key infrastructure and frankly, the community's confidential and private data. And we have enhanced our commitment to that. Next slide, please. And, it's sort of become the mantra here at Peel is when I first arrived here, I told you my goal of modernizing the way we look at policing here in a collaborative, informed way, being innovative and flexible. But the last piece, and I think you'd all agree, is the investment on our people. And this is a quote, I guess, from me, that if we don't invest on us on the inside, it has a direct correlation to how we interact with the public on the outside. And we, along with paramedics and fire, know that occupational stress injuries are a significant issue for our officers. They're 24/7 responding to crisis, and post-traumatic stress and our ability to enhance how we look after the wellness of our officers is number one. I know the region of Peel and the province are working to establish one of the first of its kind hubs for health and wellness of first responders right in our region. And, you know, we want to be leaders in how to model that. And that's an ongoing journey, but it's certainly number one for us. But the other pieces of it are not just, I think Charatia mentioned our investment on equity and inclusion, but, you know, we want to make sure this workplace has a healthy environment for officers, perhaps to, deconstruct some of the paradigms that have existed in many, many different sectors and workplaces. But, we want to nurture the workspace here and make sure that the people that step at the doorstep of any of our citizens are ones that have empathy, leadership qualities, and skills. And so we've embarked on a significant culture initiative that, really shift some really amazing behaviors to celebrate the 3,400 remarkable men and women that are part of Peel Police, but also to invest in leadership so that, they're the soft skills that have hard impact when they're in a cruiser or on the phone or doing investigations or dealing with the public. And this is a commitment to our people that is also, reflected in, when I come to you with and present our budget. It also reflects an investment from our Police Services Board, which I sincerely appreciate, that to come alongside of me to strengthen the resiliency of our people. Next slide, please. As we shift through the slide, I just want to reflect that we are in the big five municipal populations, population-wise, at about 1.4 million for municipal police agencies. And next slide, please. There's some animation to this. And although this is data from Stats Canada, it's the per capita officers per 100,000. We tend to call it cop per pop, and just wanted to not spend too much time on it, but reflect that we are the lowest cop to pop out of the big five municipalities and police agencies. It's frankly not the best piece of data because it really doesn't tell the story of how you're using your officers in a thoughtful, meaningful way, which that's the shift I would like to get to. But it does, just very briefly show that, to catch up to the next largest police agency would be 211 officers for us to catch up, which is roughly, in my calculation, a $42 million increase to get to that point. But, we want to move away from this data set, but it's an important one because we'd like to get to how we tell the story of using our existing resources in a thoughtful and way. Next slide, please. And this is perhaps a slide that is not new to all of you. I know as regional council and council, you are daily responding to the needs of the fact that we are one of the fastest growing regions in Canada, and not just the intensification and growth down in Mississauga, but definitely the growth in growing out in Brampton and of course in Caledon as well. And we know just in a year-over-year basis, what this data actually includes some of the undercount forecasting, which is the additional population. We've got this from the Ministry of Finance, and we hear quite frequently, I know, from our board members and councillors of the informal populations that exist, secondary units and the forecasts that are there. But roughly we know that it's an increase of at least 25,000 official registered vehicles, 15,000 registered vehicles on the road. The number of homes increasing, and this is the reality. We know that has a direct correlation to the number of times people pick up a phone and call any of our services here in Peel Region, inclusive of policing and the demands that come from that in a large urban environment. Next slide, please. So, very briefly, I want to just dwell on the top 5, calls for service and demand. I've mentioned it before. In last calendar year, the demand to respond to over a 5-year period to intimate partner family violence is a 74% increase, represents 75,000 hours roughly annually of my officer's time. And just for reference, medical assist calls is 22,000 hours. And sometimes we have to go and people are in crisis. There's wellness related issues, mental health, as I spoke to, just unknown calls for disturbances where, that are happening are, represent roughly 15,000 hours of calls for service. And a lot of these calls are what we call priority 1 calls, where, somebody needs us there in an emergency situation. We respond, we drop what we're doing and we go, it's an immediate dispatch. But as you would all understand, is responding to calls for service vary depending on the type of demand. And on the right side of the screen, it reflects some of the mid-priority calls. So you can see there really are important ones where perhaps a community or business is calling because they have an alarm unwanted. We, directly related to the fact that we're a growth jurisdiction, are seeing the demand increase, but that translates into, while officers are responding to priority calls, the other calls relate to an increased wait time for the public of roughly, almost 2 hours for calls like a suspicious person or trespassing. And as you move down to priority 4 calls, which are listed there, which are auto thefts, we recognize that some of these demands have an impact, and we hear it from different communities. And I think we would all agree our community deserves better. They don't deserve to be waiting. It could be, my family or your family that needs the assistance of our officers. And, many times the availability of an officer or the lack of availability of officer sometimes results in wait times. And we do our best in this region. We do share priority response call times to the region on an annual basis. But as we move into the lower priority calls, we do recognize that this is part of the fact that on an annual basis, we are just shy of 500,000 calls for service to the public. And we continue to find creative and innovative ways, inclusive of alternative response mechanisms to meet the needs of the public. Many of the initiatives that we're doing are intended to breathe time back into the front line that are getting upstream and reducing the repeat calls for service from individuals. As I mentioned to you, intimate partner violence is also a mechanism for freeing officers' time back on the road. The mobile crisis rapid response teams are another mechanism to free them back on the road. And in addition to that, we know that, taking people to hospitals and whatnot need also alternative responses. Next slide, please. As it pertains to our budget and the staffing element to it, I just wanted to show that in the last year and 2, we have been very thoughtful on how we see the need for resources. We are conscious that we are stewards of the resources that the community and taxpayers provide us via the board. And we intend on balancing, the pressures of our population and the risks and the needs the community have. Last year, we reprioritized over 190 civilian and sworn members to different needs. This year, as we continue to whittle what we can, we have reallocated 46 officers. There are unique needs that come to us during the year. And, although we do defer some of the asks, there are, sometimes important requirements from a staffing standpoint, but we also recognize the need to be creative with how we respond to the growth of this jurisdiction. As many of you councillors know, we are in the need to add a new police division, inclusive of new infrastructure facilities that will allow us to appropriately serve this municipality for the next 25, 30 years or greater. And this is where we're heading for our staffing request. Next slide, please. So as we look at the budget as it's contained in your package, and I know we will be opening up for discussions, you'll see that just our base budget requirements to deliver the existing services, that we did last year with no additional officers is a 3.8% increase. We have, and our finance team have done a remarkable job of looking at measures to mitigate the impact. Our original budget, increase was potentially near 7%, but we've cash flowed some inflationary pressures through working funds and deferred reserve contributions for our long-term capital. We know based on last week's overview that inflation is at roughly 4.7. The requirement for 26 new officers is a 1% increase, which is less than the population growth rate of 1.6. We are not increasing, in fact, we're decreasing our civilian contingent, as we mentioned earlier in a previous slide. And, I just want to reiterate that, the need to make some of these deferrals are hard decisions, but they do lessen the impact. So after assessment revenue, we see that the net tax levy is at 3.6%. Next slide, please. Our capital budget plan for 2022 is listed here. I know we have spoken to some of the councillors, and I've had the opportunity at perhaps even last year's budget to talk about some of our largest items, which are land and facilities as well as IT. Our new facilities and IT go to support our operational requirements. And I just want to note that, of course, the airport is included in our plan, but is funded by the GTA as part of our contract. Staff, in the last calendar year we're thankful for the engagement of council, especially as it pertains to our physical assets, have been working with region staff and have brought in all of our assets into the region's enterprise asset management program, which allows clear line of sight for council and staff as it pertains. And this is a great step forward to make sure that we are working with all the commissioners, and I'm very thankful for the relationship to speak to many of these challenges and initiatives in a really collaborative way that shows responsibility at the regional level. Next slide, please. And, the board is, acutely aware of our dependency on grant funding. Grant funding, represents 3% of our budget, which sounds like not much, but of that represents 15.6 million. And every dollar is extremely valuable and critical to us, even though it's small. It's a significant dependency. And just for contrast, and I know it gets for the general public, it may not be something that stands out, but we know that some of other regional line items are funded, up to 23% by grants and subsidies. We are really appreciative of our relationship with the province. They've worked extremely hard with our team. But as mentioned, as the province is reviewing the court security prisoner transportation program, which is an integration with the provincial courts, that represents a 9 million funding, which potentially could be impacted. Should that happen, we would draw from our stabilization funds within the year to navigate that. And we just always are conscious of our dependency on our funding streams. Next slide, please. So as I wrap up, I really want to leave you with the sentiment that, you've got a progressive, innovative police organization here. We want to make sure you know that we are always going to be responsive to the needs that you bring to us, that the community brings to us. There will always be challenges, but I think part of the leadership style that we're trying to emulate is a need to be flexible and look for opportunities to work in a way that we've never done before with our community. And we could fill us multiple slides with, partners and stakeholders. The ones on the bottom right are just ones that we just have, highlighted this week at our mental health and addiction strategy launch. But our commitment is really to think of things differently. We recognize that we will always be needed in emergency and crisis, and I'm sure in our discussions after I'm done my presentation, we'll talk about the pressures that all of you are seeing and hearing. We know that we have to continue to grow, but also do things differently. And our way forward is, without a doubt, at every turn, going to be looking at how we can shift outcomes differently with an upstream collaborative approach. And with that, I think it's the last slide. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to present our budget. And on behalf of Mr. Boughton and Chair Attia, thank you.
Chief, thank you very much. I'm trusting everybody can hear me, and I'm fully back now, so thank you. And by the way, Councillor McFadden, thank you very much for pinch hitting when I had that problem with Rogers. Chief, thank you very much for your presentation. Chair Attia, thank you very much for your presentation as well. It's wonderful to have Al Boughton here as well, and the great work that he does on the board. I have a list of questioners. Councillor Parrish.
Thank you, Chair Unica. First of all, I was educated today, Chief, because your description of how body cameras can be used other than just as a check on police, but actual providing information when you're dealing with an unruly or obviously somebody who needs some behavioral advice. So I was impressed with that. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm also very impressed with your citizen-centric approach. The lower tier calls, the move to civilian services, all that is very impressive and shows a lot of flexibility on your part. And I can't resist but say that in the past, some of the presentations have been lineups of guns and murders and all kinds of violent stuff, and you avoided doing that, and that's very classy, and it's the type of police service we want. The change in tone is much appreciated. The other problem you and I have discussed is the problem at Westwood Square, and we're on our way to coming up with a solution for it. But I don't know if it happens in other wards, but we have what I call chronic vagrants. And they're sleeping in the bank foyers and they're sleeping in the parking lots, and it's really causing a problem. And I'm working on private security at the mall to step up to the plate. And hopefully we can all get together, and also social services at the region, and pull a meeting together, because your approach to everything you've done today shows me that there is a solution there. I'm just going to hope that we can come up with something together. And thank you very much. And your 3.6% increase was very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Chair Unique, and thank you, Nish, for your detailed presentation. A few questions I have are, I get a lot of correspondence about service levels in the northeast of the city. And I understand that you get more calls than you have officers to respond to. And so on a high level, can you explain how you have to prioritize calls so that there is an appreciation for the pressure that you get in terms of managing a very busy region?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to acknowledge that what you hear is also what we hear too. And we recognize that, when somebody picks up the phone and needs our assistance, whether it's crisis or they need to make a report, the expectation needs to be one that, shows responsiveness. And I think what you're allowing me to highlight is that the reality is we have a finite number of resources. I think the community would love for me to have an officer at every corner or street, or be able to at least patrol and be present. But the reality is that that's not the case. So the way we handle response to calls for service is in such that clearly we prioritize them based on the risk to the community member. So if it's an emergent one, which could be inclusive of harm or injury or an imminent threat where perhaps there is a risk on site, or perhaps somebody is being harmed, that's a number one priority. And we call them priority one calls. And so that means, it doesn't matter what an officer is doing, we get them to drop it and go. But as we, continue to press down the needs where sometimes people need assistance to make a report, or there's a theft, we have to tier them in terms of priority so that we can utilize the resources that we have in a thoughtful way. The problem with that is that the number and volume of high priority calls is increasing. The complexity to deal with them from an investigative standpoint, many of the calls we attend now are digital and cyber related, and the court process is more fulsome, which equates to officers probably spending more time on those calls, which means that they're less available for the mid priority ones. And really, what we're trying to do is ensure that we can not only send officers to the calls they need to be at, but find other mechanisms to resolve the ones that it doesn't need a fully sworn officer. But we're also concurrently in a different swim lane trying to reduce the demand itself. And unfortunately, for a member of the public, if they were to, pick up the phone and call, and if, for example, one thing we often hear, Mayor Brown, is robbery calls. It takes a long time for officers to get the robbery calls. We statistically look at the analysis of them, and we know that there is a reduction in our response times are improving. The wait times are less, but one person waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, it's enough. It feels like an hour to them. So that's a complexity that we do. When we have the need for an officer to come and maybe just take a theft report, it waits till somebody's available and free to attend. And sometimes that could be 2 hours, 3 hours, sometimes even longer. And I think we'd all agree making a citizen wait for service is not ideal. So the solution to that is not just, obviously increasing officers with growth, but finding different mechanisms to resolve the issue. Maybe it's not a police officer that needs to be there. The third is also to serve the community in a different way. We know that sometimes they don't need to physically be there. We've gone to online reporting. We've got officers that can deal with things over the phone. The pandemic has helped us. But especially when you get into the north and northeast of the region where the population growth and density are there, people feel the need for an increased presence, and we recognize that. Hence, part of our work with you and the region to secure a new police division in the north of Brampton. We hope that will occur in the next several months, which will also allow us to increase our footprint and respond to the needs in the Northeast. But some of the activities we're doing, I know Superintendent Chinzer is working with, Councillor Dillon in the Northeast, hopefully to, increase at least an ability for officers to stop at, at a place in Gore Meadows, which we're thankful for the city for, creating the space for us. But we intend on also educating the community because, for example, when somebody's vehicle was to be stolen, which is a compromise of people's safety, we also need to know that, the difference between the need for an emergent call, like a robbery or a violent incident, will take precedent. And although they may be waiting for an officer to attend, it is still, important for us. We continually look at our data for response times and analyze it and look at ways to augment some of, if we do see an outliers, and how we can respond to them in a different way.
And Chief, I understand that when you took over this position, you started on a basis point where we probably had less officers per capita than other jurisdictions, and so it's not like you had the same resources to assign to every issue. In terms of that per capita allocation of officers, are we still in the lower tranche, or are we making progress given the new hires we've had over the last 3 years? Will we be closer to middle of the pack now?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. It would take us hiring, I think, as I alluded to in the slide, 200 more officers in one foul swoop just to get up to the next closest police agency. So the 26 don't actually move us up. It would take years to do that.
Would we need to be at the per capita average in Ontario?
The data that we have is comparative to, I think it's fair just to compare with the, big 5 municipalities. But, yeah, it would take us, I think the data on one of the slides that we had was, even just to go next door to Toronto would be, I think it's roughly 250 officers just to catch up with them.
So the reason I bring this out is I get emails, and I'm sure other councillors do, that there was a push, and there tends to be when people say you want to defund the police or have no new funding for police. And my response in Peel Region is that that's been impossible because we already don't have enough officers to respond to the calls that we have. And so that's why I was asking you about the fact you have to prioritize calls, because it is difficult to accept that we have to pick which calls we can respond to. And so, expanding on this a little bit further so we understand why the increase you're getting this year really is just the bare minimum. How often are there calls that the Peel Police would get that you're simply not able to respond to that day? Would that be something that's a daily occurrence?
I would have to check with staff, but I would say that there are some calls that are non-emergent that may need to be responded to the next day. That probably does happen on a daily basis, without a doubt. Every call will get a response, but unfortunately, yes, some are protracted for a significant number of time. And Your Worship, my thoughts often are, we have to do concurrent activities. We need to continue to maintain a staffing level that meets the demands that our public expect, the pressures that our officers see. But, I think we're challenged to look at things differently also, and find opportunities to reduce the demand that's requiring us to go to the doorstep in the first place. And that's a concurrent activity that we're hopeful of also achieving. I appreciate you drawing the attention to the fact that, the 26 officers, it's really not matching the growth rate of 1.6, but there will be a time, I think, and the board and I have chatted too, is that we're building a new police division eventually, and it can't get magically staffed with the new officers just like that. We as an agency are going to continue to look at what growth looks like for the region to meet the demand. But the symptoms that you're seeing and the frustration from perhaps some community members are real, but we are hoping that this budget, without a doubt, will meet needs. It clearly won't turn the dial down on things like wait times and pressures.
So my worry is that if we're not even hiring enough officers to keep up with growth, are we not falling further behind?
I think the reality, just even as an illustration, we're low cop to pop each year. We always have been, in 2013, I believe we were 150 officers per 100,000. Now, as of 2019, you see we're 144. So we are lowering in terms of numbers, but at the same time, does the number of officers always equate to how service delivery is being delivered? It's a complicated narrative, because I think there's still a capacity for us to do things differently without, exponential growth of staffing. I mentioned to you, even just 200 officers to meet the ratio of the next highest municipality would represent an additional, $42 million in an annual budget, which we all know the impact on everyone. So we're confident that this is a tempered and appropriate approach. We're also confident we're going to actualize on other mechanisms to help reduce impact. But I do want to acknowledge with you and agree with you that the growth of our organization will not stop. It'll have to continue. But what we are hopeful for is to do that concurrently in a really strategic and thoughtful way that shows that we can deliver policing in a different than the way it's perhaps done before.
Well, and thank you for that response. And I just really wanted to draw that out. The challenge we have here, because we get all these calls about requests for service, and it's why we have to make these investments in policing. And I imagine your work is not getting easier either. I remember you made a comment a few years ago when we had a flurry of gun and gang violence that gangs don't respect geographical borders or postal codes, and so we have to deal with more sophisticated crime. And those, we need to have the same resources that criminal organizations do to match their efforts. And I guess my question to you is, do you have the targeted capacity, whether it's organized syndicates that are stealing cars or trafficking guns? Do you find, first of all, that these criminal organizations have significant resources and use modern technology? And two, are you able to keep pace with them?
Thank you, Mayor. And, frankly, we're able to keep pace with them from a skill set standpoint. We've got some remarkable individuals. And you're right, a lot of the criminal activity, even for example, the auto theft, is coordinated activities across the GTA that are far more sophisticated, and the mechanisms to investigate them require us also to be more sophisticated, which we're pleased to continue to advance. But just for reference, I did highlight on the slide in your deck that pertains to staffing that we have deferred some staffing requests, and many of them are about probably half of them are specialized investigative portfolios that pertain to offender management, robberies, incident command, and sophisticated investigative portfolios, which frankly we would need, but we also know we need boots on the ground responding to doorsteps. So yes, there is a really complex need behind the scenes that is human resource related, also technical and capacity and training and equipment related, that are all kind of woven into this budget ask. And we didn't ask for it all. I think I mentioned, if we were to go unhindered, it would have been roughly, a 7.1%. Without any of the efforts to mitigate some of the impacts on budget, it would have looked, it clearly would have looked a little differently.
does give me pause for concern that there's staffing for areas like offender management that you're deferring, despite the fact that that's been identified as a need. We've been talking a lot about bail reform and how there is offenders that are released that continue to pose a danger to our community. By not having that staffing for offender management, does that inhibit your ability to deal with some of those pressures where unfortunately we've seen tragedies in our community? I think of the Henderson-Bellman tragedy.
It certainly does prohibit us from, really doing better. And I think the resources we have now are quite remarkable. And if we were to go to any of these particular units or bureaus and say what would be the optimal arrangement for you to really meet our pressures, I think in every turn we would probably see growth of staffing an ask, and I appreciate your support and willingness. Behind the scenes, you probably have most of my organizations, pretty happy to hear your advocacy. But yeah, you're right. Could we improve public safety by exponentially, changing the staffing model? Ultimately, we will need to get to a place where we're, extremely confident. But at the same time, I do not believe that we're compromising public safety with this current budget. I think we can improve over time what it looks like. It also has to happen concurrently with other stakeholders and partners, and really looking at traditionally what the police are used for. I know you mentioned the defund movement, which you've heard me say before, and I think thank you for highlighting perhaps the technical impracticality of turning the tap off on us budgetary wise, but really it's an awakening that other human services need to be strengthened so that it doesn't always result on an over reliance of us and policing in this equation. So my vision, Mayor Brown, is that we invest in all of these swim lanes, not just the staffing one, but without a doubt, thank you for highlighting the fact that optimal staffing would make this budget look a lot different.
And Chief, my last question is on a more positive note. Let me say, I think you do an exceptional job managing our response with the limited resources that you do have on a per capita basis. And when you spoke about the multiple swim lanes and doing things differently, I suppose that's what you have to do when you don't have the same per capita bodies as other regions. And the work you're doing on mental health, having the right response tools to respond in the right manner. I saw the announcement this week, really exciting, and it makes me proud of the direction that the Peel Police is going. I know we had done a push for CCTV cameras in terms of using that technology when we don't necessarily have the resources there to be getting that evidence in person. And I guess technology does change the physical requirements for actual bodies. And so my last question is, if you could highlight for us what we're doing on a technological front to make the police's reach more extensive by using modern technology. One thing that's really impressed me about you is I just feel on every new technological advancement in policing, you're ahead of the curve, and that whether it's body-worn cameras like you're speaking about or the CCTV cameras, we tend to be one of the leaders in policing in Canada in Peel during your tenure as chief. And so is that rollout of CCTV cameras complete? And what other examples like CCTV cameras may there be that could extend the reach of policing without physical bodies?
Yes, with certainty, the CCTV camera initiative, which I know you and many others have advocated for, is ongoing. We have some deployed. We received provincial grant funding support for that initiative, and really, what you're highlighting is the fact that if you can't have officers everywhere, and we can't see or witness or be able to obtain vital and critical information that helps us resolve crimes, we need to get it from other other vectors. And the public is number one. We always want, their investment and communication with us. But, you and I can't go to Starbucks or Tim Hortons, probably Tim Hortons for me, but without, being on video at every gas station plaza. So one of the initiatives we're doing is, aggregating what the public is able to offer us from video standpoint, a data standpoint, and the CCTV key are just the endpoint technology that comes back to what we've established as a real-time operation center. It kind of looks like the Minority Report vision of all sorts of sources coming back to us, and we are dependent on the public and community to share when they have video data sets to us. Our investment in analyzing information has allowed us to solve homicides and shootings, and in a very swift manner. The work that our officers do to utilize those endpoint technologies is critical. We are also hopeful that the public gets the ability to see what we're doing too through, dashboards and mapping. And a lot of the ability for technology is just an enabler. It's really never always a solution. It's a platform for us to get information or to share information. So, we've been appreciative of discussions with, both cities to enhance capacities for security. For example, we're working with major critical infrastructure in the region to make sure that should they immediately become aware of something, they can relay data, video to us in a way that allows our officers to respond. We now have the ability, Mayor Brown, which we didn't have a bit ago, is to now push that video and information back right to the officer in their hand or in their cruiser. Before, they weren't able to do that. So the interconnectivity to reduce the gaps of, when something happens to when we know about it to when we can have somebody go respond is completely diminished. And it's a long road. It requires investment and expertise on our side. But one of the things we're doing is we're actualizing on it. And frankly, many of the people we hire are used to doing and using those type of solutioning to problem solve and contribute to it. Many years ago, policing was built on, experiential wisdom where, where the break-ins happen, so you patrol there. But now we have the ability to get real-time information from people on spot and get it right into the hands of officers.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try the video. I think we both had a perfect storm with Rogers. I got knocked out as well at the same time you do, so thank you to Councillor McFadden for her stepping in, and thank you, Chief Niss, for your presentation in detail. Always great. I want to start by giving a bit of a shout out to 11 Division, and I'm sure all the divisions are the same, but they've started to do some town halls and community meetings, which is maybe one of the only good things about doing virtual is they're able to reach out to the community to get input and feedback, and I think it gives the residents an opportunity to speak directly with the police. So one of the issues, of course, was the auto thefts, and of course every subdivision thinks that theirs is the only one targeted. So this is a good opportunity for them to be able to speak directly to the police and understand the issues and the response times and calls. One of the questions I have is on some of the road safety. So Project Noisemaker and Erase, we get those questions all the time. And I know that Project Noisemaker was a 6-month program. Are you able to collect empirical data to be able to kind of come back and see how effective these programs are and how we can tweak them and collaborate and work with surrounding GTA municipalities to kind of crack down on it? As a local councillor, and I think the rest of my colleagues are probably the same, those granular kind of issues are ones that we get into our office almost on a daily basis, and these programs are wonderful. But is there an opportunity to collect data, tweak it, redo the program, and again collaborate with other municipalities to see if we can't continue to crack down? As soon as the spring comes, we know we're going to be right back at the noisemaker. So any data we can collect and share with residents?
Yes, thanks, Councilor Mahoney. And you're absolutely right. We've run a lot of these initiatives over time, and sometimes they have that appearance of like a responsive foul swoop where we, enforce, and then you wonder afterwards, did we impact the root behavior of it? And we have always had a great relationship with other municipalities. But one thing that's happened in the last year and a half is a real enhanced and I think commitment to coordinating the sharing of information, which always happened. But so, for example, in 2021, street racing in the form of coordinated street racing has become a phenomenon, and then it's perpetuated by social media, and it's not unique to just us and as an urban center in the GTA. But one of the things that we did was pull together an appropriate coordinated fashion where there was a lead and a joint forces operation where policing partners over the course of, say April to October, were able to share with data when we anticipated on a Friday, Saturday night where they would happen and mitigate the risk. But out of it, work on the individuals that were, coordinating the events, who were the most prolific individuals, and not just charging them, but, following the individual from a mitigation standpoint post fact. So, certainly what we see is that we displace activities like that and they go to another location. So over time, I think what our efforts are is to have a broader net of coordination so that there's less places to displace them to. And I think, we don't have a helicopter, but we've been appreciative to have, York Region to engage us, the OPP to engage. So the use of combined assets has been very impactful. Here on a local level, our Safer Roads team, Councillor Mahoney, has shifted to an evidence-based approach where we are collecting data on offenders that have, repeatedly, showing up on the menu board of offenders and using that as an opportunity to do compliance, targeted enforcement, because we know that once somebody's repeatedly demonstrated a propensity for criminal driving, they're extremely likely to do it again. So we're shifting resources to those that need it the most, that are the worst offenders. And that is a perfect example of how data can show we are turning the dial down perhaps on the worst offenders. And, Brady Robinson, who, took a family of 4 is the perfect example, both between myself and Inspector Grant of the Caledon OPP detachment. We know that his footprint on both the OPP and Peel side and other police agencies was known, right? And so could we have used that information to off-ramp him from a thoughtful way before there was tragedy? We'd like to think that some of these efforts are intended to do that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Chief. And it's tragedies like that kind of at a local level, people reference when they see street racing and see other issues. I regularly tell residents that this is not a Ward 8 issue. It's not a City of Mississauga issue or Peel Region. It's a GTA and province-wide issue and challenge. So, collaborating and working with the other police teams out there to share the data and to try to crack down. And I just, understand the challenges there. I know Councillor Dasco and a few others have been doing some work on trying to get changes and amendments to the Highway Traffic Act to be able to, come down with a bit heavier of a hammer, so to speak, for lack of a better term, on some of the infractions, and perhaps even working with the Insurance Bureau to affect insurance rates when these things happen on that side. So, of course, if there's anything we can do to continue to advocate to the province, and I know we all do talk to our MPPs about trying to get that legislation, moving forward to be able to give the police more tools in the toolbox to be able to address this. And again, come down harder, because a lot of times, on some of these infractions and even some of the tragedies that occur, the first offense is really just we'll call it a minimal fine with some points, and it's going to be an issue kind of going forward. So I think anything we can do as regional council to help reinforce that with the province, I think we've passed motions in the past, and but again, just wanted to to address that issue on behalf of my residents. So again, thank you, Chief, and thank you to the whole team. And again, another shout out to 11 Division. I think that the communication, and I'm sure that the other divisions are doing the same, but having these town hall meetings on a monthly and by 6-week basis to be able to have residents ask questions directly to the police, I think is important, because we have the opportunity to chat with you, Chief, and to others on a daily basis, but giving residents the opportunity to speak directly to them, I think makes a real big difference in communicating all the positive and great work that you guys are doing. So again, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it, and that's all for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, Thirsty. Thank you, Chief, for coming in. Really appreciate it. Just want to thank you, your team. I have we always see, Mark Andrews, Officers Chinzer, Gormley, McKenna. They're out and about everywhere, and just a phone call away. And so the accessibility of you and your team, I think, is amazing. I just want to get into a couple of things that Mayor Brown was getting into. And so just kind of want to get your comments and thoughts on it. So we are working with the Peel Police to get a satellite station in the Northeast. Our staff, your guys' staff, has been working collaboratively, and it looks like we're going to be getting that up and running by the summer. And so it's a satellite station. It'll give your officers the opportunity to be within the Northeast area, not have to go back to 21 Division all the time, because we did a quick Google Maps, and it takes about 23 minutes, a Google Map search, and it gets 23 minutes to get from the 21 Division to the northeast corner of Brampton. I think Superintendent Chinzer said it takes about 40 minutes in rush hour sometimes. And so it's going to definitely be a benefit to have officers in the area, do their paperwork in the area. They'll be able to respond quicker to calls. I'm hopeful that there'll be greater patrolling in the area as well. But what we wanted to do was actually have a community station. I think we've been informed that we've moved away from there. I know we're getting one in Malton, which I was fully supportive of. Having been a resident of Malton, understanding the ins and outs of the area and the needs is definitely something that I thought was important to have there. But I think what we were told was that a satellite station would be better for our area, and we were okay with that. Anything to help. But how would you respond to, and I think Mayor Brown can attest to this, that the Northeast in Brampton, so we're looking at Ward probably 10, 8, 9, is we're told that it's the least amount of crime that is occurring there, least amount of incidences. But we get by far the most complaints from there. People are frustrated. They're living in angst. They're worried. They're scared. We're again, I know Mayor Brown can attest to this as well. We're putting new WhatsApp community groups probably on a weekly basis, and we have to give it's tough to really give them a response sometimes. And so I know we're looking at getting something in the northwest of Brampton, a division. How do we respond to our residents? Especially when we have maybe 100 or 200 people at a community crime town hall meeting, as to why they're waiting hours for a response. Sometimes the police officers don't show up. And what's the potential for having a division in the Northeast? Because considering we're going to be growing, probably adding about, I would say, 75 to 100,000 people there the next few years. What's the potential for having a division there? And if not, why not? Why can't we have something there in the Northeast? That's to you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And we understand people's experience, whether it be one incident where they were hoping for a different type of responsiveness, or even their perception is their reality. So I want to first acknowledge that people's desire to have a police station as the solution for increased responsiveness is perhaps they're attached together. But what I would do, and clearly I know that both Superintendent Chinzer and Gormley have assisted you with this, but I'll happily include myself in this. Is there is the first thing is policing is an interesting deployment model. We do not police from the building, which is perhaps the visual artifact that we're there. We in a different response from for example from a fire department, having a fire division in proximity to a particular community allows for a response. But the deployment model is our officers start their day and spend the day physically out in a geographic area. So the first thing, although it doesn't, because to that logic, I think every community would want a division in their neighborhood. We don't police that way, and that that's a difficult thing to convey to the community. I know that we've chatted about that. It's really about ensuring that the officers that do leave the building are appropriately saturating the Northeast in a way that meets the volume and demand there, and that's really the first step, is making sure that we have an appropriate dispensing of officers that meet the demand. And that doesn't necessarily mean the geographic building that they're from equates to increased presence. And so I know I can obviously happily spend time offline, but the police service and the police board this year publicly presented our long-term facilities plan, which included a new division in the north. And what that does is bring 3 divisions into Brampton, conceivably, from which we can saturate the entire community. That could be the Northeast, could be the Northwest, and when that happens, you'll see is a reassignment of patrol areas and zones, which is going to materialize in terms of an increased footprint that will be commensurate to the population growth, Councillor. So that's the first thing. The little activities like the establishment of a substation in for example the Gore Meadows one, it doesn't actually equate to more police officers in the geographic area. What it does is allow for them to maybe use their time differently, perhaps stay in a particular community, stop, do a report, meet a community member, which are all beneficial elements to for the city to provide us that space. I think the frustration you're getting from the community can really be edified with not just me spending time about the fact that overnight a new building won't necessarily equate to turning the dial down on some of the experiences that they're seeing, such as wait times. I think those require a different solutioning, which you probably need a communication strategy, which we can say is multifaceted, which speaks to the concurrent activity that are happening to reduce some of the needs and demands that you're hearing from your wards. And this is not a walk away from no, you can't have a division there. I'm just saying that the location of the division speaks less to the actual ROI of having officers in that area. It's also related to the number of officers we have, the type of responses and calls. One of the pieces of work that Superintendent Chinzer and Deputy Andrews and I had gone through is an analysis of what does response times look in the Northeast, and maybe the other half of it, Councillor Dillon, is for us to continue to feed into that space as much information as possible. If we were to, indicate to people that, the calls aren't as bad as, perhaps they feel, and the response times are often better than they recognize, but that there are certain times there is confusion sometimes between, thefts and robberies. And when people say, I've been robbed, but the officers didn't come for 3 hours, we often look into it and find that, it wasn't an act of theft with violence. It was a theft, and explain why we want to get there, but it does require some time to have an officer available. Sometimes it ends up unpacking the scenario a bit. So I guess, your question was to get my thoughts on it. I think, the response and communication strategy to your people will have to be multifaceted. Ultimately, they won't, the sight of a police division clearly probably makes every community feel satisfied, right? I think what the challenge for both, of course, you, the city, and myself is to really get to the point of assurance that they're being served in a way that is, can I say, is there always opportunities to improve? Absolutely, 100%. And we're always willing to receive the feedback of people's experiences and augment how we do that in a way. And can I say, Councilor, we are committed to doing that, with your community, the rest of the region, in a way that isn't locked and prescribed for many years out, but shifts to the changing needs. So let me just say, the one thing you can tell certainly your constituents is that, and I think for all the councilors on this call, is, we're always willing to flex and be responsive to the changing needs and pressures that people are feeling.
Right. And I appreciate that, getting your thoughts on that. And so, if you do a quick, just on Google, and if you search up Google Maps and you go NYC precincts, it'll pop up right away to show a picture of Manhattan, to show the precincts and pretty evenly spread out. And I understand, obviously it's a different, setup there, much more intensified, but it's every so often, it's pretty amazing. Every so often you see, they have a footprint. And you had mentioned that it's not necessary that, you have like brick and mortar equates to, better policing. The first thing I thought was, maybe we just have one division, right? One headquarters, and, we could just have everybody expand out from there. But I think it is important. I think even in the eyes of our residents, to have some type of presence, a footprint there. The discussions we've had with people for the satellite station has been extremely positive. But I'm just wondering, how do we get an analysis done and through that analysis, how do we convey to our residents that, hey, we either need or do not need some type of division here, because we're getting one in the Northwest. I know automatically our residents are going to be like, hey, listen, why not here? And understandably, you guys, much smarter than myself, I can speak for, in policing and in how to, how you utilize your resources and utilize your officers. So can you answer that? How do you come up with, what's the formula you guys use to decide where you actually need these divisions? You guys what do you take into account? Population growth, expected growth, types of areas. Maybe if you can just kind of briefly go over that.
Sure, absolutely, Councillor. And I want to acknowledge that, you're needing help to articulate to a community the whys and on this particular issue. And it is not a, simple fact that we're taking, 5-10 minutes to peel it back is equally as why it's complicated to quickly convey that to a community member. But the first things first is we don't police from a bricks and mortar thing. And I think if I could go to a community and say, listen, I can guarantee you that our officers are present, saturated in your community, and it has nothing to do with the bricks and mortar. I think the challenge is really to tell that story of what that looks like. And that's something we can do together with the city, and certainly with the city of Mississauga. I think all communities probably would like to understand a little bit how they're being served and be assured that it actually is, even if they don't see it physically, how do we know that it's happening? And so for us, it is a combination, Councillor, of analysis of not just the population projections and density, from a planning perspective, but also the data we have and we predict and can gather based on the type of calls that we're responding to. Certain geographic areas have a different demand on types of calls for service, and within types of calls for service, they equate to a different response from us in terms of time, number of officers, and energy. So one of the things we do is we overlay the data that we get from certain areas. We're constantly evolving it. We also know that when an officer starts their shift and they leave for 12 hours from the division, is they go drive to their assigned patrol area, and that's their area for the day. And this is a concept that the public may not be aware of. So for us, sometimes the location of the bricks and mortar isn't the most crucial element to it. It does allow for them to get to their patrol area in a thoughtful, timely manner. But as you have seen in the rest of our presentation, is when they get there, we need them to have all the resources they need at their fingertips, so they don't have to return to division, go back and forth. And so the goal is, it's back to that multiple swim lanes analogy, is that, the bricks and mortar is informed by the demand. The demand is sort of identified by population, the type of call, and the need for, and then our ability to dispense officers there in a balanced manner. So, I think we could obviously speak offline about, what went into and what it will look like for a division, no matter where it is, northwest. When we establish a new division, Councillor Dillon, the whole patrol area is going to change. How officers are allocated and where they're going to be allocated will also change, because it will allow us for increased capacity. What the new division allows us is increasing the number of people that'll operate from their period. And that may in time need that, the Northeast needs a bricks and mortar. I do know that there are lots of different policing models in such a way, but at the same time, we've seen a lot of municipalities and organizations consolidate policing facilities in order to serve the public better. One of the things we had also, Councillor Dillon, was we had an independent consultant come in soon after I arrived to do a review of some of the facilities plan and the growth plan, and speak to us in terms of recommendations of, do you put substations in? Do you not? What's the efficacy of it? So there's a variety of different planning elements behind how we got to this stage. Happy to have my team meet with you to unpack that. I know you, on a day-to-day basis, are dealing with Superintendent Chinzer and the team, but we could, aggregate the conversation into something that might help at least articulate where things are going, and at the same time might help inform us on where we may need to flex our planning.
Absolutely, and I appreciate your fulsome response. And so, what we can do is down the road, maybe in a month or two, a couple months down the road, I'd really like to sit with you. I know Mayor Brown would like to sit with you as well, kind of educate ourselves on some of these processes you use behind the scenes, because there's obviously a lot more stuff that goes on than what we see. For us, it's maybe for the residents as well, simple responses, build something. And at the same time, it might not be the most efficient thing to do in terms of cost and just manpower. I hope that was an invite for me to kind of reach out to you and have a sit down. And hopefully we can kind of get some solutions. And really what it is giving our residents confidence and the comfort that we're working on some of the solutions. And no matter what the outcome is of our conversations, I think our residents will be satisfied knowing that we're putting our full effort into really trying to find those solutions. And it may not always be what we want, but in terms of what the residents expect, but at least what we can do is give them some answers. And I think that's really important. And I just want to finish off just by also thanking Chair Nika as well for the work that he did. He really led the push for doing all the behind the scenes, pushing for the satellite station we're getting in Ward 10 at Gore too. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention him. And he was our go-to guy in organizing everything. And, just to the chair, just a gem of a person. I just want to thank him for that as well. But I got to just finish off, especially by just saying I can't wait till the new basketball season starts. Deputy Andrews is probably the best basketball player I've seen, at least in terms of deputy chiefs and all the rest of the guys. They do a wonderful job. There's so many kids that you guys connect to, and I've had an opportunity to play with you guys as well and build some of those relationships, long-term relationships as well, and really bridge, build bridges between a lot of the youth and yourselves. And so even just beyond policing the community work that you do, I just got to tip my hat. And so we can't wait to connect with you offline. I know it was a long conversation we've just had right now, and I want, make sure everybody else gets an opportunity to speak. But I really appreciate your time and the presentation to Anish, and look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And Councillor Dillon, thank you very much for those kind words, but I always feel embarrassed when you get singled out for just being the tip of an iceberg, because that's all I've ever really been, the tip of the iceberg. Thank you for your vigilance in that community. I also think of all the work you do for all our truckers in that community who are vital under very hard circumstances. So I couldn't get it done if I didn't have people like you that are voices of advocacy and our friends on the police board and the chief. And so, but very kind of you to say so. As 2% of the solution, I want to thank the other 98. But thank you for your very kind comments. Councillor Sainto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. As Councillor Parrish said, it was very professionally done, and I think it's probably the most comprehensive presentation of information as to the changes, the improvements with Peel Regional Police. So I congratulate you on that. I also want to thank the staff from 11 Division and beyond 11 Division for the work that they have done on community outreach. The crime prevention sessions, the virtual sessions, have been absolutely amazing. And just reading, I've been to all of them, and just reading the comments in the chat room from the citizens shows how appreciative they are of getting that information. So that is very, very well received, and I really thank the staff for that. I also want to thank the staff for doing such an excellent presentation at the Safe City Crime Prevention Conference recently. They presented the community safety and well-being plan from Peel Regional Police's perspective. And, I've seen this presentation, I think probably 3 or 4 times. And each time I see it, I'm even more impressed with what Peel Regional Police has done in taking the region's community safety and well-being plan and not waiting for things to happen, but doing your own thing. And you use the example, and the plan presentation uses the example of that horrific fatality in Brampton. And what we saw in that, and you spoke to it briefly today, was that the person had been known and had, a long history of incidents and charges. But the bail system being at what it is, kept getting out, and that was the end result, which was just totally tragic. So I know there's been a lot of advocacy with regard to the bail and the seizure of vehicles, which relates to the noisemakers, and I know you've made great strides there, but could you just outline what more needs to be done? Because I think we know that people are getting out on bail, and when I look at the reports, the tweets that come forward, where we stopped this driver for stunt driving, found cannabis, other drugs, expired license, suspended license, etc., had been on bail, was out on bail. So it's still happening. So is there anything that we can do from an advocacy perspective? Because that's beyond our jurisdiction.
Thank you, Councillor Sato, for the comments, and we certainly, our team appreciates working with you too. Just back to the the 11 division comment, and we agree with you. For example, I think the biggest role I would say for at the municipal level is the engagement with the province, for sure. The Highway Traffic Act that allows us to enforce is a provincial piece of legislation. And we saw a manifestation of some of the lobbying this July with changes in terms of penalties for stunt driving and racing. The criminal element, where we see some people, what happens is people that have repeatedly offended at a provincial level end up doing something criminal, which is what happened in the Brampton accident. We know that the ability for us as police officers to test and have the capacity to test for some of the drug impaired driving charges could be enhanced. At the moment we are relying upon physical tests, which by now the courts deem as the best threshold. But we do know in Europe that there are it has a cost to it, but there are other mechanisms that allow officers to test at the roadside for impaired. Those are some of the tools that if they find their way into our abilities and hands would probably enhance. I think adjustments to the provincial legislation that impact people that have chronic traffic tickets, traffic infraction suspensions, the ability to suspend and take vehicles as a means for travel when they are egregious or prolific drivers is powerful for us. That's helpful. For example, in July 1st, the ability to impound cars is now a 30-day suspension, and it's not just that's a lot of people taking transit for 30 days when we had, I think the stat was we doubled the number of stunt driving charges this year. But I think we've got to hit them high and hit them low in terms of what are the changes in behavior and deterrence, and the ability to impound and seize vehicles is powerful. We know the fines don't do the trick, right? People just don't pay them sometimes, and if they're making a decision to drive that way, they sometimes don't. The fines themselves don't really have the impact. So eliminating the means for them is a powerful one. Another thing I think perhaps as council could do, we could certainly attach you to. We belong to the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, a Road Safety Traffic Committee. There may be a coalition of the willing municipal individuals, not just here locally, that could advocate for enhanced changes to some of the advocacy and lobbying piece. We could absolutely offline, Councillor Sato, connect you with that. We've got some members that are attached to that committee.
Hey, thank you. That would be good. As you may know, we will be holding a Vision Zero roundtable to as part of our advocacy and push for the province to adopt a Vision Zero strategy, and Peel Regional Police, of course, will be at the table. Staff are arranging that now, and Councillor Downey and I are sitting on that. But, I think some of the things that you've said are items that we could take to that table, because if they are part of a provincial Vision Zero strategy, which currently does not exist, then I think we would have a better mechanism for making some of these changes happen and have a greater voice there. So I'm looking forward to that. And yes, I would appreciate that contact. I do belong to the International Chiefs of Police Association, so I get all of their information and feedback as well. But again, that's beyond beyond the province. And in the U.S. in particular, they have a lot of laws that we cannot get here in Ontario or even in Canada. So I appreciate that. The issue of capital and the buildings, and I guess this isn't for you to answer. I would like regional staff, I'm not sure who. Some years ago, it was pointed out to us when we were dealing with the police budget that the police buildings are actually belong to the region of Peel. They are part of our capital inventory, and that was when we were, Nando, you'll remember, when we were presented with the inventory of buildings. And at that time, the regional CAO at that time was working with the corporate services, was working on a mechanism or a strategy for regional staff to have more involvement and more engagement in the budgeting and the construction of those buildings, because ultimately they do belong to the region. So we are actually responsible at the end of the day. So I'm wondering if, Mr. Chair, if regional staff could comment on what is happening with that process, and is it working? What are we doing? And how are we making sure that our working with our police partners that are built, that what is being built is appropriate for the region of Peel going forward?
Okay, I don't know what staff. I don't know if the chief wanted to make a comment or if we can go right through to an appropriate staff person.
Yeah, whoever.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I could actually answer that if, and then maybe the chief can jump in. So thanks for your question. Actually, the chief and I met maybe 1 or 2 months ago, and we actually spoke about this issue. So you're right, Councillor Cero, I believe the assets are on the region's balance sheet. We talked about the, at a very high level, the process, and I think we're both committed to doing some more work on that. Some work that is underway is the enterprise asset management system, and Council's invested quite heavily in that to meet provincial legislation. So that gives us another opportunity to work more closely with Peel Regional Police. And I think the word that the chief mentioned to me was, let's find a way where we can kind of fuse our processes together to make sure that both parties have appropriate input and oversight. So that's where we're at, and probably in the new year, the chief and I can follow up on that a bit more.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know, Gary, you weren't involved in it originally, so thank you for catching up on it so quickly and moving forward. And one final question, Chief. We have had the information that that the officers don't stay in the division. They're not dispatched from the division. They're out on the road. And, listening to Councillor Dillon, it's 20 minutes from 11 Division up to my ward as well. So, 20 minutes is not unusual, I think, because of the number of divisions that we have. And I also agree that, the visibility of a police station, I had the first community station in Meadowvale at Meadowvale Town Center. And when it was closed, I had a lot of complaints from the community because they felt safer with the station being there. And it was kind of interesting because one of the first incidents was the police car that was parked in the back of the station when it first opened was vandalized and spray painted. So, it was things happen no matter where you are. But I know that the officers, and you've explained that to us, and the 11 Division at the crime prevention sessions has explained that quite well. But when the officers are out on the road do they have other options other than, of stopping in? Because that's what these satellite stations tend to be. Do they have options? Do we have partnerships with our fire halls, particularly with our paramedic stations that we're building that are, we have one at Thomas and Erin Mills Parkway, which is actually on the site of what was to be a police station for the west end of Mississauga. And that was stopped in place of building one in Malton, which unfortunately didn't happen. But the need was greater somewhere else. And I know Councillor Carlson and I had said, put it where the need is greatest. But do our officers have opportunities to use those facilities, the fire halls, and the paramedic stations when they're out on the road?
Thank you for the question. And before I quickly move on, I just want to double back on the conversation with Mr. Kent. And we had a great chat, and there's some good news actually for you. Since we've been chatting, it's not on Council's enterprise asset management report this year, but as of next year, you're going to see all our physical assets fused into the reporting, and that was what Gary had mentioned. We are, will be dovetailed with his enterprise asset management program, which would mean that Council will have a complete line of sight to the assets starting next year, which will be a good base for conversation should you need to next year. But on the division thing, this is one of our discussions. You absolutely are. At the moment, we do not have any co-located facilities with fire or paramedics, but this calendar year, both Chief Dundas and his team, Chief Ritzy and Chief Boyds, myself, all of our teams have met with Regional Realty to say, should there be a possibility for the facilities plan and grow for any of the fire or emergency services, we're completely open to a co-located facility. It could be as small as, a substation to potentially, on the same property. There's obviously synergies with having emergency services in a similar facility. So that is absolutely one of the lenses that our team has worked with Regional Realty to explore with both municipalities, and have had great willingness from both fire, EMS, and both cities to consider that. At the moment, we don't have that. Our officers could use space in anything. Councillor Parrish and I talking about, what does a footprint in the hub up in Malton look like too. So where we can get space, preferably if we don't have to pay for it, we're really happy. But we'll take it because I think Councillor Dillon did mention we're trying to be thoughtful about what's the best use of our resources, because obviously infrastructure increases our capital operating budget. But we're open to all sorts of possibilities, without a doubt, Councillor Sato.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Chair, I'll throw this to you that I think we should be able to find space at our large paramedic center at Thomas and Erin Mills Parkway. But other locations in the northwest part of the city, we have the Morden Center that Peel Regional Police do use because they have the track there. And I know you use the classrooms. And I'm going to talk to the fire chief. So Chief, maybe you and I and Darren can meet on that. We're also building a new fire station in my ward on 10th line at Aquitaine. And, as we're building a new building, we're just going into design right now. So I think, Chief, that would be a really good opportunity to look at one of those three locations, or all three, to get some space for use for the officers that are out on the road. Mr. Chair, we had this issue with the paramedics and that's why we built the centers, because they were out on the road for the 12-hour shifts. And their only option was to go to a Tim Hortons or whatever. We did make our fire halls open for them to go for washroom breaks, coffee breaks, things like that. But Now that we have done we built the paramedic centers for them, I think we should be returning that favor and welcoming our police officers into whatever frontline service centers that we have. So I will leave that with you to deal with. And again, thank you, Chief.
Councillor Sato, and thank you, and absolutely well worth exploring. And as we can hear, it's rather timely because it'll be dealt with in the new year. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chief, for your delegation. Wanted to, as this year comes to a near close, wanted to thank everybody at PRP, and in particular Robert Shearer and David Kennedy for the work they've done with regional staff and Mr. Chair and yourself on the Northwest Division that has been worked on very well, and I really appreciate the work that you've done. A couple things. Would it be too early to ask if the location at Cassie Campbell, would that potentially be leaving once that division is up and running in the north and being so close to Cassie Campbell?
I think it may be a little too early. We had no intent on egressing out of any of the existing footprint that we have regionally, inclusive of Cassie Campbell. I think that would probably, the only reason we would do that is if it was the value of its place was not being either seen from the community of the officers because of redundancy. I think it would be too early, Councillor, to say that, and I can say that we on our side have not even discussed the likelihood of that.
Okay, it is in very close proximity to that location, so I think what I'll do is err on the side of caution and start preparing residents now that it's a potential that we could lose that site, and I think that that's okay with the new division that's coming in. One thing that I keep hearing from residents is more safe sale sites where people can go meet other people, sell or trade. It's something that I've talked about in the past, but something that I continue to just ask for you to keep on your radar to see if we can improve and possibly provide those opportunities for residents that want to feel safe when they're selling their own personal goods or effects. And the other thing that I wanted to ask about was the auxiliary recruits receiving 160 hours of training. Has PRP dedicated any resources towards the training of auxiliary officers for mental health concerns as well?
Yeah, thank you for both questions. And without a doubt, for the auxiliary officers, we do have a real concerted effort to train them. Their training has dedicated staff here within our corporate development and training section that have the responsibility of ensuring that they receive all the training curriculum and deliverables that are required for their duties. Part of that also is organization health and wellness. They're afforded access to some of the services that we provide to our employees here. And on top of that, they are also included. For example, if we have a critical incident that our officers experience, we have operational debriefs. And then we also have an org wellness debrief, which our auxiliary members are treated just as equals and are invited to. So they receive the supports at the front end, because all the science shows that if you build in front end training to ensure, in term of, inoculating individuals, you ensure that there's greater resiliency should they be experienced to occupational stress. They do get some as well on that regard. And, without a doubt, I think we're all discovering there are clear opportunities for us to enhance this space for everybody under my roof, inclusive of our, because effectively they're volunteers, right? And so I appreciate you drawing that out. We do have a real concerted effort to support them. During COVID, they were less utilized because they couldn't come out, but now, you know, they're all back in full swing. So thank you for putting that on my radar. I'll clearly talk to my team and ensure that and have a discussion on whether there's opportunities there. Back to these safe sites. We duly noted, I'll do talk to my team. We know that we try at each of our physical assets to designate space that's well lit, videoed for safe sale sites. This is definitely something you and I could chat about if there are perhaps other community partners that could, you know, mirror the same. We could certainly increase the number of and proximity of these sites. So thank you for that comment, Mr. Pellecci.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief. Chief, the other question that I had with the expansion of the Mobile Crisis Rapid Response Team program, it's indicated in the budget that there is one additional crisis support worker. Can you talk a little bit about more of that expansion and that support worker?
Yeah, thank you for actually opening this up, because I just want to highlight that this is an area where we could really use council's support in discussions clearly with the province to enhance this program. We, you know, the one crisis worker you see there is actually going to be a case manager for us to oversee, you know, the full range of mental health act calls for service that are happening here. They don't actually end up equating to an increased team on the streets. We're still maxed out at the, you know, the current model. And to be clear, the crisis workers are not employees of Peel Police or the region, which is really the bottleneck. They, as you know, and we all know, our not-for-profit services are dependent on their funding in order to meet us halfway. So the moment they can, you know, they receive funding to increase the number of crisis workers, we will increase the number. I'll find the bodies in kind to meet them halfway. So at the moment, unfortunately, you know, it might be a bit misleading. We're not increasing our crisis response teams on the street. We want to. I know that's the region has committed to advocating for that. But if there's a way to increase the number of counselors, crisis workers at the curbside, we would be appreciative. The one that you see in budget allows us to bring somebody on staff that'll help do the follow-ups that our divisional mobilization teams are doing when they go do door knocks and referrals. They can help us do the navigating of human services.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I'd have to maybe ask the regional chair at a future meeting to highlight maybe the what we're asking of those provincial and other government bodies and how that support is going. I'd like to request that of the chair. I think those were my questions. I did want to also just thank you for your announcement today. It is so important for you know, over COVID and we have never seen. We were in a crisis with the opioid crisis before COVID, and when COVID came, it took a huge spike, and I think now more than ever do we need to support the Peel addiction assessment and center. So I think it was really important, and thank you again for that announcement this week. It's very much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all. Councillor Pellecci, I will say that as my last speaker. I want to acknowledge you as well, because you're right, we've received quite a bit of good news this week. But Councillor Paleshi, I have to single you out with regards to the good news that we received in the Northwest about the new division. And I single you out for reaching out to me and lighting a fire under me and saying it's been some time with COVID and other challenges. Is the file going to come to a conclusion? And I want to thank the chief, and I want to thank Mayor Brown, and I want to thank Al Boughton, and I want to thank our realty services, because when I called everyone to say, is this it? Is this center ice? Is this the land that we must have? And resolutely, from Chair Attia to the chief, to Al, to members of the board, they said, Chair, anything you can do. And I say all of that to say, then all I had to do was make one call, and 120 seconds later, we owned the land, because we also dealt with an excellent corporate citizen who said, listen, I'm not going to get in the way of progress of the region of Peel. If the community needs a police station here, get me a fair appraisal. And I kid you not, in 2 minutes, we had an agreement for the land. But Councillor Paleshi, had it not been for you to make that first call to me to add that little bit more impetus, and then all the colleagues that I've mentioned saying, Chair, if there's something you can do, well, you really did it. I was just the tip of the iceberg again. So thank you very much for that. And Chief, I will buttress, because I had a chance to speak with some friends from Queen's Park. Godspeed on the PTSD center that we're looking at. That is becoming more well known, but it is remarkable how everything is falling into place. And on that one, I thank more than anyone my council colleagues who did not bat an eyelash when it was time to consider whether we might have land in Peel for such an entity. And they took all of 60 seconds to say yes. So really some good news of good things that are coming back to our community. So what a nice point to close on. Councillor Paleshi, thank you. With that, Councillor Paleshi, and then seconded by Councillor Dillon, have moved receipt of the chief's report. All those in favor? That is carried. I'm going to break now for lunch, knowing that when we come back, we still have the OPP and the conservation authorities. And I wanted to deal with, perhaps if we could, the CVC first, because I think Deb is on her way. I'm going to do one last thing, though. I'm looking at my list. I want to make sure I don't have any other questioners. I don't believe so. So with that, I'm going to call a recess till 12:45, when we will come back and deal with Deb from the CDC for about 15 minutes. Then we'll carry on with the OPP and the rest of our conservation authorities, and then the report items that may ultimately get us down to the budget. We'll see. So with that, we will have you back promptly at 12:45. Thank you, Chief and all. Is ready to go. So as suggested, we're going to deal with 6.5 now, and then we'll come back to 6.2 and carry on. So up now, as we can carry on with our budget deliberations, is presentation 6.5, Credit Valley Conservation Authority, presentation by Deborah Martin Downs, Chief Administrative Officer of the CVC. Deborah, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Enika, and members of Regional Council. Thank you for accommodating my time constraint. I have a medical appointment to attend at 1:30, and you don't get to choose those things anymore. So I'm going to skip through this quickly. And it is my pleasure to be presenting my last budget as CAO of Credit Valley Conservation. As you were told back in June when I was in that I'm retiring as of the 31st after 8 wonderful years. I was hoping for one presentation where I didn't have to go after Chief Nish, but anyway, I'll just have to take this one. So thank you. And with me today is Jeff Payne, our Director of Corporate Services. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to quickly whip over these items. I won't go into them. Next slide. So with all the conversation around the new Conservation Authorities Act and what it means for CVC and the other CAs in your jurisdiction, I wanted just to take this opportunity to get on my soapbox for one last time. Our total budget provides for a workforce of about 270 people at the time we created this graphic, largely full-time and contract employees, and that number swells to about 300 in the summer months with summer employment, many of whom are youth. Our staff may be your residents. They work closely with you and your staff and your residents, and they manage the information, the resources, and the open spaces of the credit watershed, and that's no small feat. So I just wanted to reinforce how important their work is to the quality of life in the credit watershed and indeed in all of the GTA. As we consider the implications of the changes to the CA Act in the coming years, I ask you to consider, if not us, then who will take care of this local environment? Through this pandemic, we've been an essential service, and I urge you to continue to look to the future of what is needed from your CAs and not be intimidated by the changes to the Act and its regulations that were created by a government that really doesn't understand what we do, and nor do they financially support us in a meaningful way. So with that, I'd just like to recognize and thank Hassan for his work in leading the provincial working group, and John McKenzie and Jeff Payne for their work on the committee to achieve a better conclusion of the Phase 1 regulations. And I look forward to we will look forward to working with you to work through the changes to the Act as we move forward. So enough of my soapbox. Next slide, please. The wrong way. So, oops, where are we? There we go. Okay. In 2021, we did a fair amount of engagement with, no, we can keep going, please. There we go. We did a lot of engagement with rural landowners. We were able to get back out in the field. We had a number of project applications for our Landowner Action Fund, which is our incentive program for rural landowners. And that the demand increased by almost 50% over last year. So it appears everybody had time to plan renovations during the pandemic. We had 218 private land stewardship projects completed and 51 new private land stewardship projects approved for incentive funding. So lots of work going on. We also collaborated closely with municipal source water protection staff in the development and implementation of risk management plans with farmers to improve protection of municipal drinking water. Next slide, please. The Fletcher's Creek SNAP has nearly completed its third highly successful year of implementation, and the SNAP continues to advance the goals of the Peel Climate Change Partnership, Flood Resiliency, and Natural Green Infrastructure Strategies programs, and the City of Brampton's 2040 vision, including the 1 Million Trees program and the Grow Green Environmental Master Plan. So CBC teams and partners delivered 16 in-person and virtual events, reaching over 500 community members and planting over 1,200 trees just in 21 alone. Next slide. With support from the City of Brampton, TRCA, and Peel Climate Change Partnership, CBC received over $430,000 in funding from the federal government to launch the Community Tree Project. And this one is delivering on the Peel Climate Change Partnership's Green Natural Infrastructure Strategy by planting trees in the most heat-vulnerable areas in Brampton, home to over 17,000 households, and it includes both the Fletcher's Creek and County Court SNAPs. So we're focusing our efforts in these areas. Through 2021, local residents, schools, and businesses participated in 72 neighborhood events, and we've planted about 2,800 trees in the neighborhood so far. And that'll all contribute to the urban canopy and contributing to Brampton's 1 Million Trees program. Next slide, please. Following the completion of our floodplain mapping for watercourses in Mississauga, CBC has been evaluating opportunities to reduce flood risk for each of the watercourses as we've evaluated channel modifications or bridge and culvert improvements to provide high-level guidance for Mississauga to identify priority projects for flood risk mitigation. So one example, as illustrated in this slide, speaks to upgrading a CNR Metrolinx bridge crossing of Crooksville Creek, where we did have flooding in 2013. So there's a potential to upgrade their infrastructure while at the same time aiding Mississauga in reducing flood risk, and this mapping shows where the extent of that improvement. Next slide, please. CBC leads the flood resilience strategy on behalf of the Peel Climate Change Partners as well, and we've had over $1 million in external funding grants supporting the risk and return on investment tool, which is to help municipalities and property owners make evidence-based, cost-effective decisions to reduce flood and erosion risks. Among the many features the tool offers, it can identify populations within a community that may be more vulnerable to flooding, such as persons with disabilities, seniors, or persons experiencing poverty, for example. So we've shared this mapping with Peel Health and asset managers and emergency managers, and it's been used to support partner applications for the Disaster Mitigation Action Plan funding as well. Next slide. We've also secured $150,000 for the design and construction of 6 school rain gardens, and we've already built 3 of these at Bellefontaine, Mineola, and Janet McDougall Public Schools. The remaining rain gardens will be done in 2022. Next slide. And of course, we continue our natural heritage inventory program, which looks at species and ecosystems across the Credit River watershed, including properties in Mississauga and Caledon. And the data collected is used by your municipalities to plan your natural heritage systems, development issues, be alerting you to hazardous invasive species, protecting biodiversity, and evaluating your municipal natural assets. Next slide, please. And like our inventory work, we continue to do our environmental monitoring. And one of those things that we monitor is salt, and it's becoming a more significant threat to water quality in the Credit. So to help address the growing concern, we've hosted a workshop with the Future of Salt Management Plans, which focused on state-of-the-art technologies to create road salt application efficiencies. So we had over 45 participants from almost all area municipalities, and you'll use this information to update their salt management plans. Next slide. And to tie all our work together, we're continuing work on our new watershed plan for the Credit watershed. Together with the watershed municipalities, we are going to be working on modeling the future, how much we need to do and where, and what the impact of additional growth in the watershed will mean to the health and well-being of the watershed. Next slide. And technology, as you know, has been so important to how we've lived our last couple of years, and we've used that to launch our new website that reflects modern website design and accessibility. And we've also included a whole bunch of new tools, so you can get your permits online, you can buy park memberships and rent our equipment and facilities at the parks. And we have our floodplain mapping and access to real-time water quality monitoring, et cetera, on there, including we also have a story map on our integrated watershed monitoring program where you can see trends over time. Next slide. And for the first time ever, there you go, we had over 1 million visitors to our parks. Okay, that's the right one. Next slide. Over the last 11 years, we've seen a steady increase in park usage, over 200% in the last 11 years. Next slide. And this chart compares the increase in visitation before and during COVID from January to September. And you can see a 46% increase in visitation in all parks in 2021 compared to the same period in previous years. So, and then if you just look at Peel Region parks alone, that's a 40% as well. Next slide. So we've been enhancing our parks infrastructure to keep up with demand, and we were fortunate to receive Canada Infrastructure Program, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, known as ICIP funds for enhancing trails, boardwalks, and pedestrian bridges in 9 CBC properties, 7 of which are in Peel. The amount is $4.42 million, of which CBC needs to contribute $1.18 million. So we've implemented new kiosks, wayfinding, mapping systems, and we've included wayfinding for our Credit Valley Trail, which has been coming along well. Next slide, please. And with Peel's help, we applied for funds under the ICIP program COVID-19 Resilience Stream to support the construction of phase 1 of the Bell Fountain Management Plan. And we were successful, and thank you so much for helping us with that. This is what the head pond and sluice gates and the system looked like earlier this spring before we started construction. And I'm sure you'll be relieved to know I won't be talking about this one much further. And this is what it looked like today. Next slide, sorry. With the dam lowered and the head pond gone, a new channel in its place, and a new landform taking place. So I do have a quick video here if you would want to hit that. Since so many of you were not able to attend our site visit in October, we wanted to take a minute to show you, using the drone coverage, what the system looks like now that the construction has happened. So you're seeing the new channel that was where the head pond used to be. The boardwalk on the right is brand new boardwalk that's been created. The head pond here used to be to the left, and we're heading towards the dam now. You can see all the plantings, and the new stone wall that's going up is being done by a local stonemason. And there you can see the dam has been lowered. There's the work going on the new landform. And this little tree that you see right in front of us, that was in the middle of the head pond previously, so you get a sense of scale. So the stonework is a nod to all the work that's done in Bellefontaine by the previous owner 100 years ago. And of course, the Bellefontaine itself is being renovated. It's all been repointed and cleaned of its calcium. There you can see us heading back down the channel. And then this is the pièce de résistance. This is our folly that's connected to the new boardwalk up into the side of the hill. And we have Lucky the Fox, who will be guarding the Credit River for times to come. The next slide, we've got the Jim Tovey video as well, and I think we've got enough time to go through that, but just quickly, we'll just zip through there, showing you the work that's been done on the restoration. See on the right, that's the Saracen wetland that has been planted up and is still establishing itself. And we're moving down the shoreline. That's one of the islands that's being created. Our headland that's with water to be drained behind it. This is Saracen wetland again. This is Saracen Creek. You can see our heron who's enjoying it already. And Saracen Creek has now been reestablished alongside of the sewage treatment plant with work that's been done with the Lakeview partners. Thank you. All right, so that's the news we had, and we'll move into the budget. So next slide, please. So the annual CVA data is shown here. It was a very small percentage decrease for Peel of 0.03% for Peel. And based on that, it's a decrease of just over $3,000 for Peel on the CVA adjustment. Next slide. On this slide, it's the general levy only, which is a proposed change of 3.2% or for a total of $9,399,000 for Peel. Next slide. And when we combine the change in the general levy of 3.2% with the shared and special benefiting levy increase of 1.9%, the combined change is 2.4% for 2022, or a $599,000 increase for a total budget of $25,829,000. Next slide, please. So this is about the drivers of our budget. So not a surprise, the key drivers for CVC are cost related to staff, including annualization of a compensation review we completed in 2020 for implementation in 2021. You will see a spike in staff costs driven by two things. One, we closed Bellefontaine to do the work, and now we have to bring the staff back in, and we've had to add additional staff based on the numbers of people that are coming out. So a lot of those folks are contract and casual, and they're typically covered by park revenues as well. Next slide, please. So this slide just visualizes the funding sources that comprise our budget, and I'll just draw your attention to the 0.1% that is provincial-based funding of $95,000 and change, and it doesn't really even cover the cost of one staff person to carry out our provincially mandated functions. Next slide. And the story for the special levy is similar to the general levy and drivers, and the biggest driver is personnel costs. We are also seeing inflationary pressure on capital projects related to labor and materials. Our EAB work has concluded, but there is ongoing needs to manage for invasive species and forest health as well. Next slide, please. And this is a forecast based on our current budget model that will be impacted by implementation of the Conservation Authorities Act. For 2023, we're looking at a 3.5% increase at this time, but we obviously modify those annually. And the future years, there's really not much point in discussing those any further. Next slide. We do provide our chart on the climate risk methodology, but we didn't apply any new projects this year, so there was no change there. Next slide. I think we'll just skip past this one. It's just in the interest of time. We can take the next slide. And then finally, just budget pressures that we'll be facing. And the next slide. I did mention previously, we received the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program funding that goes from 2021 to 2025. CVC's portion of that is 1.18 million over the 5 years, which isn't a tremendous amount of money, but and I'm not asking you for a contribution towards that, but we need to ensure that we can address this project in future years under the new act. Next slide. Bell Fountain Phase 2, you know, as you do one renovation and the rest of the house looks a little drab, we know now that the main floor is done and it's time to finish the upstairs. So the visitor center, washrooms, parking, and water systems, we're not going to be ready in 2022, but 2023 would be potential years to begin this. And if additional funding streams open up, we would really appreciate the opportunity to work with you to be included. Next slide, please. And finally, I don't think need to tell you that the cost of business is going up. Inflationary pressures and anticipated ongoing labor market challenges will mean we have to spend a little more to do the same work. So we can anticipate the pressure to keep a 3 to 4% increase and maintain services in the coming years. Next slide, please. So I went through that pretty quick, and with that, I'll conclude. We are really proud of the unique role we play in the community, and we're grateful for the generous support of Peel to keep us going. And I offer my personal thanks for your support over the last 8 years. And I might just miss some of these budget presentations, but maybe not. So thank you, Chair Unica.
Thank you very much. Questioners, Councillor Sinclair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to commend Credit Valley on their superb work at Bell Fountain Conservation Area, and I'll have to get down to see the Jim Tovey project at some point. And however, I have a great concern of how the upper credit is getting managed. And Island Lake has become a major problem, a source of eutrophication. And it's supposed to be a low flow augmentation reservoir for Orangeville sewage. The pollution for the sewage is now stretching down 2 full concessions to Beach Grove, Side Road in Caledon, and has to get cleaned up. The fishery is all gone. And now we've got town of Erin proposing a sewage treatment plant and dumping their effluent directly into cold water fishery and trout Ridge hatchery there. So how do we get real emphasis from CVC into keeping the up end of Credit River watershed in pristine condition?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Sinclair. We are working very closely with Erin on their sewage treatment plant, and unfortunately, our information disagrees with what some of the general comments are about the impact of the sewage treatment plant. We've worked very closely with them using our real-time information and our other water quality data. We've been monitoring temperature in the stream as well, so we are involved in it. Having said that, it is Ministry of Environment and Conservation Parks approval process for the sewage treatment plant so we're not in control of that, but we certainly sit at the table and we have provided our information, and we've reviewed all the technical work and have been in agreement with it. And where we weren't, we provided those comments to them to revise. For Orangeville, I can't speak to the specifics of what we're seeing in the way of the water quality, but again, we have a real-time gauge in the downstream of the the lake. We are looking at ways to modify the lake discharges to still meet the intent of the permit to take water, but maybe manage it more seasonally better. So that's coming, and we'd be happy to meet with you offline to provide a little bit more information on that if you'd like.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Dasco.
Thank you through the chair. I did see Councillor Raz's hand up. Would you like to go first? Okay, I got it. Okay. Well, through the chair, I just wanted to say this is a real bittersweet one because I always look forward to seeing and hearing from Deb, giving her deputation with regards to the budget every year that I've been on council. It's clear, concise, it's well thought out. It doesn't pull any punches either. And looking at the $95,000 still that's coming from the provincial government into CVC is just that's just it's still mind-boggling. Every year that we see it, it's still mind-boggling. But really, it's more of a comment than anything else. And what I've got to say is your approach and started before me with Jim Tovey and having being open and receptive to hearing about filling in part of Lake Ontario was, I thought, great. And then just the rest of it, how it all has unfolded to become the Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation Area. Unbelievable to see. And the work that's going on, the persistence that's going on, the collaborative approach, which is amazing as well, with the Lakeview community partners, and also some really, really amazing stuff. And this is truly inspiring to see, for example, Searson Creek, the first time that it is going to actually flow above the ground into Lake Ontario, and I think over 60 years, which is just absolutely exciting. All the work that's gone in. Deb, you truly are a gem, and I just wanted to thank you again. And 2025 is just around the corner when the official opening is on for Jim Tovey Lakeview Conservation, and it is a must for you to be there for that. So thank you very much again for all of your efforts on behalf of the Credit Valley Conservation and also the conservation authorities.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. And I got to say, Deb, well done on the Mac Park. I know that was something that was in 10 years in the plan, and we finally got that. And what you've done to the river, to me, that's what conservation's all about. To me, that's the model that we all should stand by. And I want to thank you for your leadership. I know I was on the board when we brought you in, and you've definitely taken us to the next level and beyond. And thank you so much for your leadership and dedication, and making the conservation as accountable as it is, and with the projects that have been underway, both at Jim Tovey, at Mac Park, and along the watershed. Thank you so much. You started your career with CVC, you're finishing it with CVC. Thank you so much for what you've given to us.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. We could add a lot more, but I've been assured we'll have that opportunity at another time and place, or else I would have a great deal to say as well, but we'll save it for another time and place. And so the floor is last to our CVC chair, Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much for the presentation today, Deb. And I know that we tried to get you ahead of Chief Nish, but unfortunately it just didn't pan out. You've always steered this ship we call CVC very, very steadily, even through a pandemic with you and your team. You've done a phenomenal job. You've come in with our budget asks at an appropriate level. And for those of you who don't know, the amount that Peel provides to the CVC, it's not just for the operations, but it's also for the capital as well. So those funds are split, and there's so much capital work to do because our parks are seriously under pressure, especially those infrastructures due to increased usage. But enough time for that later. We are going to be celebrating Deb in January. At some point, everybody will get a notice. But I can't thank you enough for your leadership, your kindness, your oversight of an amazing workforce at CBC to really put the strategic plan into play and follow it through. So everything is sincerely appreciated on behalf of Peel Regional Councillors and the board. But more to come on that. I know you have to get to your appointment, but we love you.
Well said.
And apologize, I'm going to drop off and race.
Deb,
Jeff will stay on, though, if you have additional questions.
Seeing none, Deb, will let you be on your way. Thank you very much again. More to follow in January. Receipt has been moved by Chair Raz, seconded by Mayor Thompson. All those in favor, that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us on to our next delegation, 6-2, Ontario Provincial Police Caledon Detachment. Presentation by Heather Hare, Treasurer Town of Caledon, and Staff Sergeant Marcus Sanderson. Heather and Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to present the 2022 proposed budget for Caledon OPP. On behalf of Inspector Mike Grant, the detachment commander, who unfortunately is unable to make it today, so he sends his regards. I will try to be brief. I know our time is limited, so without further ado, I will move right into it, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. So the budget and our mission within the OPP is, as outlined right there, to serve our province by protecting its citizens and upholding the law and preserving public safety. So we strive to work to do that every day, and we have many good men and women working towards that goal on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So the budget itself covers the 109 members we have assigned to the Caledon detachment. Presently, we have 101 full-time members who are working to provide policing services to the town of Caledon, roughly 87,000 residents that reside there. Within that 109 allocated bodies, we have 23 members who are on contract enhancements from the town of Caledon, and they are spread amongst the various units that you see there to enhance our traffic, community response, mobile crisis response team, and our community street crime unit. Next slide, please. These are just some statistics with regards to our calls for service. Like Peel Regional Police, and I think other enforcement agencies within the province, COVID-19 has brought some unique pressures to our organization, certainly. We've seen that in an annual increase in our calls for service this year, which we anticipate to be up by almost 25%. That is significant, and it certainly is a pressure that we've been working to meet. When we look at the data in terms of what those calls are, we're finding that most of those calls are actually directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic and the response that's required to enforce regulations and also deal with increased calls for service as many residents are now at home all the time and are present within the community and are contacting the police for various services. Next slide, please. So in addition to the officers that I had mentioned that are assigned directly to the Caledon detachment, the provincial police does provide additional support services to our residents, and those are in the form of some of the specialty services that are outlined here in terms of access to our major crime, our criminal investigative branch services, forensic ident, emergency response, and specialized victim services units. Next slide, please. So our priorities, as outlined for delivering policing services within the town of Caledon, is focus on traffic safety, effective community engagement, and property and violent crime reduction. Next slide, please. So one of our significant focuses, as mentioned, is our traffic enforcement. We have various mechanisms that we focus on to enhance traffic safety, including responding to traffic complaints, community outreach in terms of education, our enforcement activities, and most importantly, leveraging our partnerships with other enforcement agencies and our municipal partners, both within the region of Peel and the town of Caledon, to work on initiatives to enhance traffic safety. Next slide, please. Some of those partnerships that we have are with Ministry of Transportation. We have representation and work closely with the region of Peel, town of Caledon, and Peel Regional Police on moving the region's Vision Zero traffic safety initiative forward. We sit on various other committees within the region and the town as well. Next slide, please. And there's some additional traffic enforcement focus using analytics to focus our directed patrols and leveraging technology through the use of devices such as our automatic license plate reader cards, as well as our speed and traffic data collision devices, which will allow us to help focus our enforcement activities. Next slide, please. Again, these are some numbers just in relation to our traffic enforcement activities over the last 3 years. The takeaway from this is that we did see a bit of a dip in 2020 in terms of our enforcement activity and our violation rates, but in 2021 we are seeing those numbers actually increase. And that's due largely to the fact that we have more residents and commuters traveling through the town of Caledon as they re-engage with the workforce in a more traditional manner. I think Chief Nish did mention the fact that in Peel Region's area, Peel Regional Police has found that there's been an increase in stunt driving and aggressive driving offenses, and we're seeing similar trends within the town of Caledon as well. Next slide, please. Some quick overview of our collision data. We did see a reduction in 2020, as mentioned, along with our violations, again, due largely to the fact that we had fewer people on the roadways. And while we're not at 2019 levels as of yet, we are seeing an increase in the number of collisions. And obviously, we're utilizing our enforcement strategies and patrol strategies to try to keep that number as low as possible. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're certainly trying to do, and we see other agencies doing as well, is leveraging our social media and media footprint to try to educate members of the public when we do see poor or good driving behavior out there, trying to reinforce the messaging with regards to the risk presented to the safety of the community in relation to poor driving behavior. Next slide, please. So our property crime reduction strategies are focused on our investigation, and we spoke at the beginning about our enhancements in this area. We do have additional officers that are assigned to conduct property and street level crime investigations. They work closely with other police agencies because, as Chief Nish mentioned, criminals do not respect geographic borders. So we're finding that by working very closely with police agencies such as Peel Regional Police and partners with York Regional Police, Halton, and other OPP detachment areas. We're having some success in completing investigations and laying charges in terms of multi-jurisdictional criminal activity. We're also focusing on our continued monitoring of legal and illegal cannabis cultivation activity within the town of Caledon, and working on reducing recidivism rates by monitoring those individuals within the community who may pose a higher risk to re-engage in criminal activity through our crime abatement program. Next slide, please. Again, just some highlights, just a quick snapshot of some of the activities that we're involved in terms of our drug investigation work. Slide, please. And some statistics. Next slide, please. So again, these are numbers. The takeaway is that we've actually seen a decrease in our overall property crime rates throughout 2021. It's a trend that hopefully we will continue into 2022. There may be some links to COVID-19 in this number, or it's a little too early to tell. Maybe an unintended positive spin off of it, and that we have more people working from home, and so we're seeing a reduction in the number of break and enter incidents and thefts from properties as there's simply more people at home. So I'm not going to take all the credit for that, but certainly it's something that we'll work to continue. Next slide, please. So in terms of our violent crime trends over 2021, they're pretty consistent with our previous years. And we haven't seen a real significant increase in any particular areas, although we do expect to see an increase in our intimate partner violence incidents by the end of this year over previous years. Again, I think this was something that Chief Nish had mentioned as well, that Peel Regional Police was seeing, and I think other police jurisdictions are also experiencing this. The COVID-19 pandemic is certainly putting unique stressors on existing familial relations and intimate partner relations, and so we're working very closely with our support service organizations, victim services, social welfare groups within the town to ensure that there's supports provided to our residents so that it can be addressed prior to it becoming a call for police service. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're consistently trying to do within the OPP is leverage technology to find operational efficiencies. One of the programs I want to highlight here is our Provincial Communication Center Crisis Call Diversion Program, which is just completing its testing stage before we rolled out across the province. And what this particular program provides is that calls for service that are being directed to the police that are of a mental health nature that may not require the police to actually attend, they're going to be screened out at the call taker level with the support of a mental health crisis worker there in our communication center. So it's actual partnership where we have mental health crisis workers sitting in our communication center with our dispatchers. And when a call for service comes in that might not or appears not to require the intervention or dispatch of a uniformed officer or our MCERT team members on the ground, but would rather probably benefit more from a response from a crisis worker immediately by phone, they can take over the call and manage that right there. So it does not even get dispatched to the police. So the pilot program has shown a very significant impact on reducing the number of calls that OPP officers are being dispatched to of a mental health nature. So the OPP is going ahead and moving that model forward in 2022, and that will be available to us here in Caledon as well. So that will help us considerably on the ground. And also provide the assistance and support that might be better served to our residents through a mental health worker as opposed to a police officer. We continue to utilize our frontline support unit, which allows a diversion of calls that don't require significant police follow-up, more of a reporting or informational nature, so that officers don't need to respond to those types of calls and can focus on their enforcement activity or more serious investigations. And through hiring. Obviously, the OPP is like all other agencies, always looking to try to put the staff in the right spots. And so we've reinvested considerably in our frontline deployment, and our hiring is focused largely on getting boots on the ground and filling those frontline policing positions. Next slide, please. So a quick look at our community safety engagement, a very important part of what we do with the community. Enforcement is a component of that. Our focus patrol is responsive to community needs and concerns, and that's largely met through the deployment of our community response unit members, who are part of those enhanced officers that the town pays for in their contract. But we also try to leverage our relationships and partnerships with the communities, and that's business associations, residents associations, groups like Neighborhood Watch and Crime Stoppers, all assist with getting our safety messaging out and our engagement and interaction with the community. Next slide, please. And some of the activities consist of outreach through our virtual town hall and engagement sessions, our crime prevention activities, I mentioned, through groups like Neighborhood Watch, and our media and social media messaging. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Okay, so I will go ahead and stop there, and I believe Heather here will take over the breakdown of the budget from here in the presentation.
Thank you, Marcus. I would like to start off by reviewing the OPP billing model and how the budget is presented on the next slide. The OPP billing model includes base services, which consists of costs for the staffing in detachments and the municipal policing activities performed across the province. The calls for service represent services that are reactive in nature, such as drug violations, criminal code violations, property crimes, or violent criminal crimes. Each type of call is weighted for the average time involved and included in the OPP billing model. The 27 contract enhancements are over and above the base and calls for service and are made up of 23 uniform and 4 civilians. That covers services such as a ride team, bike patrol, foot patrol, and community events. There's a street crime unit to focus on drug crimes, property crimes, theft, and fraud, and there's a traffic unit to focus on commercial motor vehicle inspections. The next item is the OPP property service costs, which are the facility and equipment costs for the Caledon East OPP facility, Bell Fountain, CCRW, Orangeville, and the office in the Southfields Community Center. The next item is grant revenue, which consists of 2 different grants. Next slide, please. Overall, we are proposing a 2.29% increase from the 2021 budget, which is approximately $300,000. Oh, can you go back one slide, please? Thank you. The OPP contract costs have increased this year mainly due to population growth and negotiated union wage settlements. Due to the continuation of the pandemic, staff are proposing to continue to draw from reserve to assist with financial recovery. This draw will be phased out over 4 years. The OPP property service costs have increased mainly due to increases in insurance premiums, carbon tax and utilities, cost of living increases for facility maintenance staff, and inflationary adjustments to contracted services. At this time, we are not expecting a change in grant funding. In regards to the forecast for future years, we have assumed OPP contract costs increase due to population increasing and the calls for service increasing. It also accounts for union agreement increases and inflation. Facility costs are also indexed for inflation and cost of living. Next slide, please. There's one new capital project that's being proposed, just to include a backup generator for the new OPP satellite office in the senior center to allow that facility to be utilized as an emergency shelter in the event of a power failure. The total budget is approximately 1.1 million, funded by the OPP Capital Infrastructure Reserve and OPP development charges. Currently, the OPP holds sufficient reserve funds to support these proposed 22 budget. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So that concludes the overall presentation. I'll go to questions. I think I have Councillor Groves first. Councillor Groves?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sergeant Sanderson and Heather, for the presentation. I just want to say, Sergeant Sanderson, thank you to yourself and our OPP for the great work that you do with our community. As you indicated earlier, part of your mandate is to work with communities and community events. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of my community. You guys have been there for us throughout the pandemic, supporting us, and we certainly appreciated that. And most recently was at our Halloween accessibility event that a couple of residents organized, and it was great to see the officers out there that night. The kids absolutely loved them and loved having them there. So I just want to say thank you for that. And just a quick question with and I don't remember if you had addressed this in the presentation, but I just with respect to the all the issues that we've been having with the traffic and issues with the trucks going through the communities and in the community, and especially on Highway 50. Would you mind just talking a little bit about some of the work that yourself have done along with coordinating with Peel Police and other police departments?
Absolutely, Councillor Grove. So, yeah, certainly where Caledon is located, commercial vehicle traffic is a significant component of the traffic that we see day to day within the community. Obviously, we want to ensure that those trucks being operated on the roadways are being operated safely and in accordance with the laws and the regulations, both under the Highway Traffic Act and the bylaws. I will say the town of Caledon has some very robust bylaws in terms of how commercial vehicles are to be operated within the town. So a component of our enforcement, in particular with our traffic team, is focused on a daily basis on commercial vehicle enforcement. We have several officers who are trained in commercial vehicle enforcement. They work closely with the Ministry of Transportation, commercial carrier inspection officers, as well as their counterparts down in the region of Peel with Peel Regional Police. And they do so through joint enforcement activities. So we participate in several joint enforcement activities. Most recent, I think, was in October of this year, and it was held down in Peel and Brampton this time. We do run several of our own within the town of Caledon, where we have resources attending from Peel Regional Police and Halton and York. So we are out there on the road. We recognize that there's a demand from the residents that they are protected from those that are not operating safely, commercial vehicles safely. So it is a focus, and we're out there on a daily basis, and we do that basically through our daily patrol activities and then focused enforcement initiatives. So does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, Sergeant Sanderson. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, I just also want to thank Chief Nish and his folks over there, his officers in Peel Region as well, for working with our OPP, Caledon OPP, to do these joint venture enforcement and making sure that our residents are safe on those roadways, because as we said earlier, there's a lot of increased traffic, truck traffic on those roadways. So Sergeant Sanderson, thank you, and thank you to the Region Appeal police officers as well for always working with Caledon OPP and ensuring our safety over here. Thanks very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If I see no other questions, we're going to have receipt moved from Councillor Groves and Mayor Thompson. All in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. That brings us to 6.3, Conservation Halton, presentation by Hassan Bassett, President and Chief Executive Officer. Hassan, welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. I'm going to jump right into the presentation. If we can click through to the next slide, please. I want to lead off with the fact CH established our new strategic plan this year. It builds on our previous plan, which was in many ways looking at lots of transformative changes within the organization. We feel we've spent the last 4 years working really hard at foundational things at the Conservation Authority: long-term sustainability, budgets, focus on customer experience, innovation, technology, and we're really poised to take advantage of that over the coming years. And so our new plan is called Momentum, and I encourage you to take a look on our website if you're interested. It lays out our 4 key priority areas you see along the top, and then we call them our enablers along the bottom. So organizational sustainability, digital transformation, innovation, and people and talent are what will enable us to deliver on those 4 key priority areas. As has been the practice at CH over the last 4 or 5 years, everything is backed by publicly reported KPIs, both leading and lagging indicators, and indicators of how we're serving our communities, how we're doing financially, and which areas we need to improve and focus on. We track these quarterly internally. We report them to our board twice a year, and then we report them publicly as part of our annual report once a year. We can go to the next slide, please. What are some of our external drivers for the budget this year? Population growth, especially with Halton Region being a big part of our watershed, or the major portion of our watershed is within Halton Region, but also Peel, the Ninth Line areas, and Hamilton's areas are going through vibrant growth as well. Changing technology, I've heard that theme from all the presenters this morning, and the environmental sector, the conservation sector is no different. So we're working on that front proactively. Climate change continues to, of course, be a major external driver for our programs. The rate of inflation this year in particular, aging infrastructure, which we are addressing, it is still a driver, and the continuing effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, both financial and in terms of how service delivery models have, continually had to change and adapt. We can go to the next slide, please. Some of our priorities for 2022 are listed here. I won't go into details. You have, of course, this slide deck in front of you, so I'm going to be skipping a few slides, but I'll be there at the end should anyone wish to ask a question. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So I always like to start with the numbers for our budget presentation. And our budget for the upcoming year is going to be just over $40 million. You see some of the drivers for that growth: compensation, staffing related expenses, inflationary impacts. Off that $40.2 million, the municipal funding increase is $3.5 million. which is less than actually 27% of our overall budget. And it allows for continued investment in our state of good repair levy. Our asset management plan, in other words, continues to be financed and funded as per our financing strategy for that asset management plan. We can go to the next slide, please. Here's a breakdown of our overall budget in terms of operating and capital, as well as the levy that's going to our state of good repair. We can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, Conservation Halton has had one of the best, own source revenue percentages in terms of our total revenue, and that continues. Our municipal funding continues to shrink, where today it's at 27% of our overall budget. The provincial funding is, of course, quite low, very similar to what you saw from CVC. The base funding for CH is about $130,000 into a $40 million budget. The number is slightly higher because there are grants and there are capital dollars available for dams and erosion control structures, but the base funding remains quite low. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So in terms of what the impact is for the increase for each of our municipalities, you'll see that our total increase for Peel Region for the upcoming year is at 2.2%, and you'll see what the other percentages are there as well. If you can go ahead, please, to the next slide. So percentages are great. I think actual dollars should also be mentioned. And so the overall increase from the 2021 budget to the 2022 budget for all municipally supported funding is $364,000. Again, that's on a budget that's over $40 million. So we're quite proud of how hard we've worked to mitigate some of those increases and not pass them on to our municipal funding partners where possible. We can go to the next slide. This gives you a snapshot of some of our capital works that are going on, and you'll see that they are addressing all of our priority areas, from dams and channels to flood forecasting and warning programs to the impacts of EAB, our digital transformation initiatives, and some corporate initiatives as well, and of course investments in our conservation areas. And you'll note that it's a $6.7 million capital budget for the upcoming year. $262,000 of that is supported by municipal levy. Peel's portion is about $12,000 into a $6.7 million capital investment, which I think is good leveraging of our municipal support, using grants, other sources of funding, our own sources of funding as well as provincial dollars when available. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So this is Peel's format. I know you have it. I won't spend any time on it. I'll just mention that for us, general levy is operating and special levy is capital only. CH does not receive any funding, unlike the other two CAs, through special levy for climate change projects or programs. We also don't receive any funding for our conservation areas, including passive rec, and that's something as we go forward that we'd like to look at as well. And I'll present a business case for it. I won't just present levy requests. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Our forecast for the coming years, much like what Deb presented, unremarkable. We're within the envelope where numbers can be adjusted. As an example, the forecast for this year was for the upcoming year was 4.1%, but we're actually coming in at 2.2%. So I'm not concerned about this forecast. We can go to the next slide. Again, I won't dwell on these. You have these in your budget books in front of you. There are no existential or major risks that I would call out other than what's listed there as well. I think they're all, we can manage and mitigate these as we continue to go forward. Next slide, please. I will skip over this as well, since you have it in your budget book, so we can go to the next one. This just gives you the breakdown of how the general levy is being spent, and as I mentioned earlier, mostly on staff salaries, compensation, inflation. We've offset where we could through operational efficiencies, and also the CVA apportionment has reduced the levy for Peel a little bit. We can go to the next slide. Again, this is a similar breakdown, but just on the special levy, or as I like to call it, our capital funding. You'll see that it's really unchanged from the previous year. We can go to the next slide. So we feel we've followed council's general direction to try and mitigate impacts as best as we could. And as I mentioned earlier, we're quite happy with being able to come in at a 2.2% increase and still continue to ensure that our service levels will be as high as we'd like them to be. We can go to the next slide. Again, this has been covered before, so I'll skip over this. We can go to the next one, please. So the next few slides, as I end my presentation, I'd like to show you what some of the impacts have been of the funding support that we've received from this council in the past, and for which we're grateful. And the asks in front of you for the upcoming year are in the same service lines. So if we can click through to the next slide. I'd like to start off with some of our parks and recreation education programs. You see a collage of images from this past year. We've done a lot on equity, diversity, and inclusion in Halton Region. We've been reaching out and forming allyships and partnerships with lots of communities. We donated a lot of our passes to the local libraries, and they are actually quite popular. So people can, borrow a pass just like they would sign out a book at the local library and use it to access our parks. We can go to the next slide. Some of the numbers that you'll see, it shows, over 1.3 million visitors. Presentation was submitted in September or October. We're actually going to be over 1.5 million visits to our parks. We opened a new park this year called Area 8. That's not its ultimate name. We're working with our Indigenous communities to come up with a name, and for now it is our 8th park. So we have simply named it Area 8 for now. It's a working title. We've been quite successful in our applications for grants. The chargeback number you see below, I'd like to highlight as well. These are corporate expenses, HR, IT, and other corporate expenses that we actually charge back to our parks, and that helps reduce the municipal levy. So our parks are not only paying for themselves, both operating and capital, they're actually also subsidizing the cost of some of the corporate services. And so CH's parks, of course, receive zero municipal dollars, and we've always operated them that way. You'll see a list of some of the programs that we've been offering at our parks, and they're extremely popular, including the one at the very bottom, New Canadian Ski and Snowboard Program, supported by Canadian Tire Jumpstart initiative. We have a diversifying community. I grew up in Mississauga, so we have a diverse community, and we feel that it would be it would be nice, and it would also strengthen our future customer base if we can do a little bit more to demystify skiing and snowboarding for new Canadians. And we're going to see how this program rolls out. It's been sold out, if you want to call it that. And then extend that to canoeing and mountain biking and camping and all these outdoor experiences that are the very fabric of Canadiana, and introduce new Canadians to it, so they don't feel like they have to wait a generation while they work on other priorities before they can engage in the great outdoors. And it's something that our staff and our team and our board are quite passionate about as well. So we're happy to be going in that direction. We can go to the next slide, please. I thought you'd find this slide interesting. So keep in mind, 1.5 million visitors to our parks, 24% coming from Peel. That number is somewhere between 250,000 to 400,000 Peel residents come to Halton Parks. And so even though we have, a levy and an apportionment that keeps shrinking for Peel, the services and products we offer are actually growing in terms of their utilization by Peel residents. So I hope that many of you around the Peel Regional Council tables, really start to see Halton's Conservation Authority as being a key service provider to the residents of Peel. If we can go to the next slide. We'll actually skip over this one. Thank you. And go to the next one. Our education programs, we had to pivot to go to virtual programs. Normally, CH would host about 70 to 75,000 students in person at our two education centers at Mountsburg and Crawford Lake. So these are your quintessential, school visits, field trips. That, of course, hasn't happened for obvious reasons over the past 2 years, but we did engage over 10,000 students virtually. We created and offered a whole bunch of programs that you see on the right. We draw from lots of school boards, including the Peel School Board. And we also draw from, education providers that are not affiliated with school boards. So we're quite proud of that we can work with community organizations and other types of education institutions at the elementary level. And give them an opportunity to come out to our parks and spend a day there or engage with us virtually as they have been now. We can go to the next slide, please. I want to switch a little bit to our climate change adaptation efforts. Like the other two CAs that are going to be in front of you today, CH continues to work in this field quite diligently. You'll see all of these images. They show a broad range of projects are from this current year. And if we can click through the next slide, a lot of numbers on this next one, but it should give you an idea. If you look at the top right-hand corner, CH has 235 monitoring sites within the watershed. LEMP is just our acronym for Long-Term Environmental Monitoring Program. We collect a lot of data, we analyze a lot of data, and we share that data back with our municipal partners. And that helps inform many things, including the health of the natural heritage system, areas where we can restore, areas where there's degradation occurring that we need to pay attention to, and also areas where we're seeing success as a result of our projects. We completed, as you see on the left, 67 projects this year. Over 29 sites where we planted trees. We planted over 67,000 trees this year. And you'll see on this slide again the spread of some of our projects and where they're occurring. They range from small projects to really large projects where when we're about halfway through the project, it looks like we're doing the opposite of restoration because there's such heavy works going in, and you saw that in the videos that Deb shared with you. But then the end result is quite often very remarkable. And if we can go to the next slide. Just further, information and numbers on some of the projects and their impacts. Number of trees, kilometers of stream rehabilitation, wetlands created, 16,000 square meters of wetlands created by CH. And if we can go through the next slide, I want to touch quickly on our planning permits and public safety. This is one of the areas where CH, as of 5 years ago, has been publishing our turnaround times and our results, every permit, how long it took before it was delivered. And that has really helped put an end to that narrative that environmental regulation and delays at conservation authorities or public agencies is what's causing things like housing crisis and shortages and things like that. And so, we've just been very transparent with how we've been doing, and we've worked hard to achieve these numbers, and we've been here now consistently for the last 4 years. And if you can go to the next slide, please. You'll see what those numbers are. So we break down each category. You'll see the column that shows target. That's not a target that's specified provincially or municipally. That's a stretch target that CH set for ourselves. And the reason I call it a stretch target is the target that was established a while ago, by the province was 85% of permit applications coming out in X amount of time. We upped it to 95, and as you can see from the column in the right, we've been hitting that, and quite often 100% of our permits are going out in a predictable fashion within the time frame And this is an area that we, like I said, have worked very hard at and will continue to focus on. If we can go to the next slide, please. And then floodplain mapping, much like CBC, CH rejuvenated our floodplain mapping program. You'll see that we'll go across the entire watershed, and we're going to be starting the 16 Mile Creek watershed, which does have portions of Mississauga in it. This entire program for floodplain mapping, multi-year, is being funded by Halton Region. There's no Peel Region contribution to it yet, but it may be a need for a small contribution as we cover that part of our watershed. We can go to the next slide, please. And then lastly, we held our fundraising event for Area 8. I'm not sure if any of the Peel councillors were able to make it out, but I do encourage you to make it out. I will send you an invite for our event next year. It's held outdoors at our new site, which is a quarry that we've spent 20 years restoring. It looks remarkable today. All of these images are from that site. That is what we're calling Area 8. It is a four-season destination, and we're going to continue to work to enhance that site and welcome visitors to it. And if you can go to the next slide, please. It shows you some of the impact of our fundraising in our event, which was called Terra Firma. I shouldn't say nobody from Peel was there. Deb was there, and it was nice to have her there. And if we go to the last slide, again, I thank you for your support every year, for giving me the opportunity to come in and speak to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Hassan, thank you. Very good presentation. And as I look at the dais, I don't see any questions at this time. So I see Councillor Raz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming, Hassan. Hassan. I just want to thank you for the work that you have done with the province. I think you were instrumental in bringing the temperature down a notch, but also making them realize that the legislation that we have to work within needs to be workable and functional for all. And I think they've backtracked on a few areas, and with your steady hand, I think you've really helped steer this in a way that's going to be manageable going forward. So I just want to say sincere thank you for the work that you've done on that file. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well said. Seeing no other questioners, receipt's been moved by Councillor Raz, seconded by Councillor Innes. Any opposed? That is carried. Hassan, thank you once again. Okay, that brings us to Delegation 6.4, Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, TRCA, presentation from John McKenzie, Chief Executive Officer. John, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Anika and members of Council. So I just want to note that Michael Talensky, our CFOO, is also here with me today if there's any questions. And we have team members on standby if there's anything more specific. I also want to thank Hassan for his strong leadership. And, it's been great for us to bring forward the work we do with and the partnership with Peel as a best practice for the rest of Ontario. And it's really great when we can speak to our strong working relationship with Peel staff as an example of how things should work in other parts of our province. So again, thank you, Hassan, and thank you for the staff at the Region of Peel for being such great partners. On behalf of our staff, I want to express our gratitude for our partnership with Peel in delivering the vital services that we do across our region and across our broader jurisdiction. TRCA staff has been working with Peel staff to ensure that we meet an anticipated and acceptable envelope, which would be a modest increase of 2.5% to 2.7% annually over 3 years. And we remain committed to working with staff to address any budgetary constraints. And so we greatly appreciate your continued support and cooperation. And also that includes our work to potentially lever funds from senior levels of government towards meeting our shared objectives. So next slide, please. So some quick highlights, and there's so many here, I won't go into it, but I do want to point out that we've achieved some great successes. It's been our busiest year ever on permits, and applications are moving through the system quickly with quality reviews underway. We've also had a number of, again, strong attendance at our conservation areas in Peel. and with more and more of the indicators increase for that. So we've supported a great deal of work, 112 community events, and you can see from some of the metrics that there's a great deal of ecological restoration and flood protection work going on across the jurisdiction. Next slide, please. So TRCA organizes our activities into 9 service areas. The next 3 slides are those services organized according to Peel's 3 funding streams: watershed, climate, and infrastructure. The following slides provide some of our high-level outputs anticipated for 2022 for your review. I'm not going to go into them in detail, but you can see some of the upcoming projects and initiatives that we're working on. So next slide, please. On climate, our outputs include works to improve our adaptability and resilience to climate change impacts by engaging businesses and institutions to achieve tangible impacts and outcomes across the jurisdiction. So you can see some of those that include numerous programs and workshops, etc. Moving to the next slide on infrastructure. Our outputs include works to protect TRCA and Peel assets and to address hazards, which also involves implementing our asset management plans. So you can see our work to ensure that we keep our assets in a state of good repair and to implement part of the Albion Hills Master Plan as an example of some of that, where we're dealing with priority risk issues and parts of the site that require attention. Moving to the next slide on watershed studies and strategies. Here are a few highlights. In 2022, for watershed studies and strategies, we expect the Etobicoke Creek Watershed Plan will be completed, and staff will begin the consultation process to receive approval from our partners and the TRCA Board of Directors. This plan will inform Peel's approach to growth and infrastructure planning. From a planning perspective, TRCA will continue to be involved in growth and infrastructure planning across the region, and our staff will continue to support the regional and partner municipalities on their municipal comprehensive reviews, which are coming due. TRCA is working with partners on several municipal zoning order requests across the municipalities and as part of review teams related to infrastructure proposals all across the region of Peel. TRCA is meeting required timelines for plan input and infrastructure delivery, and will continue to work with regional staff to develop more detailed MOUs and SLA agreements as required related to delivery of these programs and services. Next slide, please. For water risk management, a focus in 2022 and this is to ensure long-term safety and resilience related to climate change. Some priority projects will include Palgrave Dam. This dam, originally constructed in the 1800s and upgraded in the early 1980s, has been subject to a recent dam safety review, which determined that the dam required some overtopping protection and improvements to the system to meet current safety guidelines. Some of the land acquired by TRCA came with an obsolete mill and agricultural dams. In Peel, these include the Glen Haffey extension dams, and these dams are very old and cannot meet current engineering standards and requirements. With support of the region, we have submitted a request to the Federal Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund program for some of the dam-related work. And each of these projects represent the first step to complete studies in 2022. And we look forward to working with the region to see if we can be successful with those Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund applications. Next slide. On water risk management, this service area applies to science and engineering-based strategic management of water resources across the jurisdiction. The Malton Greenway and Hazelwood Park both have sanitary infrastructure protection projects planned to be carried out in 2022. And as well as that, we undertake associated bank stabilization work to make sure that assets are protected and the ecology of the area is restored. Next slide, please. For regional biodiversity, the Jefferson, Jordan, and Jayfield Parks Initiative, the Natural Channel Restoration Project underway in Brampton, has progressed very well and is scheduled for completion in summer 2022. I really appreciate Commissioner Dedman coming out, Councillor Santos, Chair Innes. They view this project, which will provide improved ecological connectivity, channel stability, flood capacity, as well as a fantastic recreational and fitness opportunity for residents. So incredible, where you can take a trapezoid sterile channel and turn it into a vibrant habitat within a relatively short period of time. It's an amazing project, and be great to have others out there. From JJJ, TRCA will transition to Eastbourne, Earnscliffe, and Fallingdale Parks, which is a 2-kilometer stretch along Mimico Creek, and is the second priority site targeted in the 10-year Peel Priority Natural Channel Restoration Program. TRCA will start with a 1-kilometer stretch in Eastbourne Park in the summer of 2022 to improve channel stability, flood and aquatic habitat. This work will support the City of Brampton's Eco Park program and the Bramley SNAP, and will transition into the Earnscliffe and Fallingdale sections in 2023. In addition to the showcase natural channel restoration projects, TRCA's Integrated Restoration Prioritization Program has targeted critical watershed catchments for restoration, individual projects, reforestation, meadow riparian, and floodplain enhancement. Next slide, please. For green space securement and management in 2022, for Glen Haffey and nearby lands, we will be developing the management directions as part of a master plan, as well as initiating the formal public engagement process and a Class EA to identify the preferred alternative for the fishing ponds and associated dams in the study area. A continued implementation of the Albion Hills Master Plan will be a major focus in 2022. And this will include completing a workshop, improvements to electrical servicing at the campsites, developing detailed designs and permits for a lookout tower infrastructure, which promises to be a great draw for existing and new visitors to Albion Hills. For tourism and recreation, the Clairville North multi-use trail will be a showpiece for active transportation and for activating a major Region of Peel green space. Construction was launched in 2021, which included public information and consultation sessions, and the project will be completed in 2022 and will include new parking area, primary and secondary trailheads, and associated restoration and plantings. We are also actively scoping the Clairville South multi-use trail project, which will provide even further recreational trails and active transportation connectivity as part of the Humber River Trail system. Next slide, please. On education and outreach, in 2022, in partnership with EcoSchools Canada, TRCA launched the development of a customized EcoSchools certification application for the Peel EcoSchools program. This customized application will provide a regional lens on the EcoSchools Canada program and will embed a tailored experience that prioritizes goals and strategies of the local communities and school boards, including Dufferin Peel Catholic and Peel District school boards. Clairville Nature School, similar to Courtright Nature School in York Region, is now open in Peel and will accommodate increased demand for outdoor education programming, and it is a success in activating an underutilized facility. Summer camps had a great successful uptake in 2021, and for sustainable communities, TRCA continues to take part in and support the Peel Climate Change Partnership in order to maximize efforts to address climate change. And as a key component of the low carbon community strategy, Partners in Project Green continues to lead the development of the Peel Zero Emission Vehicle Strategy. TRCA staff are also providing expertise and support as the Peel Climate Change Partnership explores the development of green development standards and continues to co-lead the partnership's Green Natural Strategy by identifying heat vulnerable neighborhoods and focused planting initiatives. SNAP is successfully moving forward in each local municipality. Next slide, please. TRCA Corporate Services oversees the financial, administrative, and technical services that enable TRCA staff to deliver on our objectives. Our new administrative office building is moving along, and we anticipate that substantial completion will occur by the end of 2022. We are also continuing to advance the development of important IT upgrades and systems to ensure the most efficient delivery of services possible. Our senior leadership team has also begun the development of TRCA's next strategic plan, highly focused on metrics, and we will have more to share with the region on that in 2022. Next slide, please. I'd like to share an update on the Jim Toby Lakeview Conservation Area project, an important long-term partnership with CVC, the Region of Peel, and the City of Mississauga. This year, staff are completing the remaining 150-meter section of Surson Channel, pictured here on the left-hand side of the slide. And in 2022, the detailed design of future bridges over this creek and Applewood Creek is planned, in addition to construction of a trail connection from east of Applewood Creek to the main waterfront trail in Marie Curtis Park West. This project is a shared success in the making and a fitting tribute and legacy to Jim Toby, who all of us took great inspiration from. Next slide, please. Here are a couple more photos here of the recent shoreline works, including construction of offshore islands, which highlight the overall scale and breadth of this project. And our staff are so excited about this. Whenever I get out there, it could be a snowy, muddy day, but they're just so excited to continue to be working on this and to create this incredible legacy. Next slide, please. The Peel Climate Change Performance Measurement System was approved at Peel Council, initiating the first year of data collection and analysis. Looking forward to 2022, staff will continue to track, analyze, and report on the performance of the 2021 climate change levy-funded projects to assess the performance data to improve outcomes and begin the process of tracking and analyzing 2022 projects and outcomes. Next slide, please. Funding related to climate change projects in 2022 have been vetted through the climate change risk assessment methodology, with the majority of TRCA projects falling into the invest category, followed by act and sustain. Ongoing discussions with Peel's Office of Climate Change and Energy Management will continue through the implementation of the Peel Climate Change KPI project in 2022. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our 2022 proposed budget. We have not yet received confirmation from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Ministry of Northern Development, Lands, and we have not yet received that, but as soon as we do, that will be helpful regarding the Section 39 funding. At this time, we anticipate the funding to be very similar to what it was in the previous fiscal year. The minimal increase to the special levy of 0.2% is driven by the Environmental Assessment Review Program, which is currently transitioning to a service level agreement for the 2022 fiscal year to be in line with how this program is funded in our other municipalities. That agreement was approved by Peel Council. Other projects and programs within the special levy have maintained an average increase of 2.8% over 2021. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 2021 approved budget and the 4-year forecast. Our current forecast projects a 0.5 to 2.7% budget increase annually. Next slide, please. TRC is actively involved in the CA Act working group and in supporting, I mentioned Chair Hassan Bassett in that effort. TRC continues to apply a modest increase across both operating and capital levies within the Region of Peel and will continue to work with staff to meet budget requirements as they become available. Also, TRCA continues to undertake discussions with our local municipalities, and we are very encouraged by the interest they have expressed in understanding and utilizing the services offered by TRCA through MOUs and service level agreements. To support these conversations, we have developed several resources that include a high-level template service level agreement for discussion a detailed list of TRCA services, and a template corporate report for municipalities to bring forward to committees and council in order to obtain approval to enter into agreements if needed. TRCA has a board-approved unfunded priorities list that outlines funding pressures that are not currently allocated in the organization's existing budget. These may include an increase in service level, additional staffing, or new programs or modifications. So the highest priority for TRCA projects in Peel are listed in the following slide. Slide, please. So related to this list, the top unfunded priorities in the region of Peel that are approved by the TRCA Board of Directors include large-scale flood infrastructure projects, which meet the eligibility criteria for the next intake of the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund. So TRC is working with the region to try to secure this federal funding to address this need through the DMAF program. But we will also look for the Water Erosion Control Infrastructure, the WECI Provincial Fund, to see if we can help leverage funds from senior levels of governments for these assets. These projects would require municipal support to meet the funding requirements. So there's a typically 60-40 share for the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund project, and that's why we've ranked these as our highest priorities. Next slide, please. So the 2022 general levy increase is driven by TRCA's board-approved 2% cost of living allowance, resulting in the proposed general levy shown here. Next slide, please. The 2022 special levy increase of $31,000 is due to inflationary increases to support programs such as the Habitat Restoration Program, in addition to asset management and conservation land planning, which are largely offset by the removal of $404,000 for the Environmental Assessment Review Program from the special levy as it transitions to a service level agreement with Public Works. A more detailed report on this will be presented to Peel Council through Commissioner Dunman. Next slide, please. To reflect current fiscal pressures, Peel Region's contribution to TRCA's operating capital budget represents a 0.5% increase over 2021. TRCA continues to seek opportunities to leverage municipal funding to meet mutually beneficial outcomes through funding programs such as the federal government's Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund that I discussed. Opportunities also exist to both lead and partner with stakeholders to meet matching requirements. Next slide, please. TRCA continues to mitigate financial impacts during the ongoing pandemic through expenditure reductions, working with partners to pursue new funding sources, filming as an example, and ongoing monitoring of authority-generated revenue. With regards to education, staff are in discussions with area school boards to plan for a safe reintroduction of class field trips anticipated in late 2021 and overnight excursions anticipated in 2022. Enhanced health and safety procedures have been successfully integrated into our work and will continue for the foreseeable future. And TRCA continues to monitor and respond to provincial direction. Public and staff safety is our #1 priority as we continue our work and deliver projects with the region. Next slide, please. So the proposed 2022 general levy increase of 5.2% over 2021 is driven by the City of Toronto's final CVA catch-up contribution payment in 2022. That has been a success in achieving that. TRCA's 2022 adjusted CVA apportionments are shown here, and the 2022 tax adjustments have been incorporated but are still in draft form. So final slide, please. So in closing, we are very thankful to the Region of Peel for your ongoing support and partnership. We look forward to working closely with you and your staff towards securing senior government support for these shared priorities. And with that, I'll be happy, and Michael and I are happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
John, thank you very much to you and yours for that presentation. I do have questions. First up, TRCA Chair Innes.
Thank you, Chair Nika. And not so much of a question, more of a comment, and then just a reminder to staff. Maybe I'll start with a reminder. It'd be really great if we could have the CAs not at the same time as the police budget. I think Councillor Raz and I have said this every year. Gary, if you're listening, next year, could we please switch it out? Because these are really important topics, especially as we're moving in. We've all realized that climate change is going to have a massive financial implication on everything we do. And so there needs to be a little bit more time, not at the end of a day, of a long day. The OPP budget, obviously, and the Peel Regional Police budget is also very important. But I think that to give us good focus and energy and time, I think, we'll make the request again. Can we please add it to a different agenda? And in that, I just want to say a very big thank you to Peel Regional staff, because you've worked really diligently through the CA Act review and the regulations with the TRCA staff, and through the leadership of Hassan, through the CA working group. It's been a challenging year to try to balance everything, and with all of the unknowns, I think that we've come to a really great spot where we've still been able to continue to move some of these really significant projects forward. Really proud of the work at the Jim Tovey CA project. I think that's very near and dear to the heart of many of us around this table. So just a very big thank you to regional staff for working so closely with TRCA staff, because I think it's really put us in a great position moving forward as we start to implement the changes directed by the province. So just thank you to TRCA, but thank you to the regional staff as well. I know you guys don't get to hear it from us on that end in those working relationships with our CAs. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, and point well made. Seeing no other questions, I guess Chair Innes will move proceed along with Councillor Dasco. Anybody opposed? If not, that is carried. Thank you once again to our friends from the MTRCA. Okay, with that, council colleagues, I'm on to reports, items 7.1, 2, and 3. Let's deal with them in turn. Item 7.1 is the Enterprise Asset Management Program. There's no formal presentation. There is a recommendation. I'll first ask, though, are there any questions of staff with regards to the Asset Management Program report, item 7.1? Seeing none, if I can have Councillor Parrish and perhaps Councillor Downey move that. Is anybody in objection? Hearing none, that is carried. Item 7.2 is the overview and update of the status of reserves. That too is here for information. I will call out any questions at this time, though, for report 7.2. Seeing no questions, that's moved by Councillor Dillon, seconded by Councillor Sinclair. Any opposed? That is carried. And okay, before I come to motion 7.3, which is the main budget motion, Councillor Parrish, I think I'm going to come to you to deal with, I think, two items in tandem. We have 10.1 with regards to the food bank, Councillor Parrish, and related item 8.2, the food bank letter that we received. So Councillor Parrish, if you'd like to speak to 10.1, as I say, in advance of dealing with the main budget motion 7.3. Councillor Parrish.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Yanika. I don't think this actually affects the budget in that my motion will be funded from the tax rate stabilization reserve, but I have Councillor Medeiros from Brampton and Councillor Groves from Caledon seconding the motion, and I don't have to read through it. I'm sure everybody has seen it. And the letter from the Mississauga Food Bank is very, very clear, and I'm sure it's no different in Caledon or Brampton. In 2019 to 2020, they served out 2.5 million pounds of food. This year, it was 4.824 million pounds of food. So with the pandemic, they've been really pushed to the wall. And the Region of Peel's strategic objectives are mentioned: community health, economic well-being, housing stability. The choice for many of the people that use the food bank is between paying rent and feeding their families. So that I believe for 2 years only, an amount of $2 million per each of those 2 years to be accessed through proper applications vetted by our staff and try to give these 3 food bank areas, and I know we have 50 food banks in Mississauga. I don't know how Brampton and Caledon work that, but we have 50 small food banks feeding out of the main Mississauga food bank. I think they need a year or 2 breather. Also, the projections for the following several years don't show us out of the woods for quite some time. So I've spoken to Gary Kent and worked through some of the details. They're very fine details so that this will be handled very professionally and very well. And it is a short term, 2 years. There's an amount per year of $2 million, and it's on a proper application basis. So that I would like to move that we give the food banks this assistance on a very regulated short-term basis.
Councillor Parrish, thank you. Duly seconded by the 2 members that you've mentioned. I'm going to deal with it as a standalone motion here and now after I deal with the speakers. My list is Raz and I believe Councillor Rose. Councillor Raz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I applaud Councillor Parrish for bringing this forward. I do have a question. You know, when it comes to food banks, they offer similar services but to different populations. And I'm wondering if there's going to be funding attached from Peel Region, how we can encourage the food banks to get together and leverage the resources that they have, whether it's back-end administration or storage and distribution facilities, to drive some efficiencies within the food bank sector here in Peel Region.
Is that question to me, Mr. Chair?
I don't know who it's to. I think it's probably to Gary, because not that there's strings attached, but I think there's opportunities to help the food banks drive efficiencies, and when there's increased efficiencies, there's more food for people within our region.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I would like to note that Pat Sato and I, back before 2010, were working with Dave Schwark to try and do exactly what Councillor Raz has suggested. And the region at that point was actually considering forming some sort of union between the food banks. And the region was going to actually provide a warehouse building for them. And the talks didn't progress as well as we liked. The election happened in 2010 and the whole thing was lost. So this might be a good opportunity to restart those negotiations. I think the difficulties are they each have a huge amount of work to do, and I guess sitting down and negotiating is going to take time, but I'd be happy if they took another shot at that, and this might just inspire them.
Councillor Parrish, thank you, and Commissioner Sheehy may have a thought on that as well. Commissioner Sheehy.
Thank you very much for the question and through the chair. Yes, I think it's a very insightful question, Councillor Raz. We have over 80 agencies that provide some degree of service in terms of food banks. I will remind Council that we are not the service manager, so we do not direct the system, but we do work with our partners within the system. And I will say, I think that the motion may actually help us as well, because there is a line in the motion that says we're going to encourage collaboration and that food banks can pool the funding together in order to work better. So hopefully that will reap some benefit for us. And we also do have numerous committees where we work with the food banks, and we do try to encourage that efficiency and that collaboration, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too would like to applaud Councillor Parrish for bringing this forward. I know that we can definitely use some help over here in Caledon with our exchange through Caledon Community Services. And Councillor Parrish, you said it well. There are families who are having to choose between do I pay a utility bill, or do I buy food, or do I forego grocery shopping this week? And so a lot of families I know here are struggling right now and are facing some really tough financial challenges. So thank you for bringing this forward, and happy to support it and second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I echo my colleagues. I've had the opportunity to consult with some of the food bank or organizations that offer food bank services here in Brampton. And Just recently, we had communication from one of them who expressed some frustration, and really they were looking for a lifeline. And consulting with some of the groups, I have Knights Table in my ward, and certainly when I consulted with them, they were very excited. They felt that this was a lifeline, and the timing couldn't have been better. So thank you, Councillor Parrish, for your leadership on this, and certainly I thank all my colleagues who can support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson.
Coming through this, I think it's really key, and I know it's going to be a challenging year, especially for the cost of living and cost of food, cost of everything's going through the roof. Energy's going up and down like a yo-yo. Where I want to come ask on this, basically, is I think we're going to start to see seniors on fixed income starting to use this. I know we have that subsidy in place, and I know it's indexed. It's too late now to add it to the budget, but what I'm saying is, could staff please monitor that to see if we need to put another cash injection into that subsidy that we have for people on tax, because we want people to age in place, people on fixed income. CERB has been great for people that have been not able to work, but this has not helped our seniors who are most vulnerable, and it's going to put a real tax on our food banks if we don't find a way to help. So could I ask that we go away and look at that just to make sure, with the costs that are out of their control, getting out of control, we may have to bump up that subsidy for people with disabilities and seniors, please and thank you. And then if not, we're going to really tie up. It's just going to start to really put pressure on this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that can be well said, first of all, and I think that can be taken for direction back to staff to come back, because it will have to be dealt with in the days to come, Mayor Thompson. No question.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe I could just probably answer, and we can certainly review it. Mayor Thompson, thanks for your question. The region matches whatever the local area does, so it's really driven by the local area, and the regional bylaw will just follow the local direction. So it really is for you. For your interest, our budget this year is $600,000. So if there was an amendment locally, then that's something that we could probably absorb and catch up with later on. So I think that's probably our best shot, and we rely on the local areas to kind of lead the way on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up at Brampton Council. We had requests from residents looking to seek our approval for an increase to the subsidy for seniors on their property taxes. And I'm so pleased to hear Mayor Thompson bring that up and to hear from staff. So question through you, Chair, to staff. Going back to our own municipalities, is there a limit on what we can do and what the region would allow?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I haven't actually read the bylaw, but my understanding is we follow along. So it's really set by the local area. Of course, this is a sensitive topic that you'll debate locally. And as you know, seniors get, low-income seniors also get some assistance from the provincial government. That's more on the income tax side, so it's not as obvious. But yeah, no, that in terms of the region limiting it, I think it's still a local issue as per our current bylaw.
Okay, but there is, at the moment, consistency across the municipalities in terms of the size of the benefits. So would there not be, would it not work better if we decide here at the region what that benefit can be in each of the municipalities and allow for that to be consistently available to those residents who qualify?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly if you give regional staff direction, we meet quarterly with your treasurers, and that could be a topic that they go through if that's the direction that you give us.
So we had done a little bit of just research currently at the City of Brampton, and it's been indexed. We allow for up to 421. We had some resident delegations looking for 1,000 or 1,200. Now that exceeds a basic calculation of the inflation numbers. Staff had looked at it and found that if $400, which was the amount that we started off with, I believe was in 2007, had been allowed to inflate according to the CPI, that number would be somewhere between $500 and $550 in today's money, if you will.
Councillor Vincente, what I'm going to suggest is all points well made. They don't speak directly to the motion that I have before me.
Yes.
I think, quite rightly, you raise a great point, as did the mayor. I think that's all to come back, because I think we need a report on that, rightly so, for the points that you're raising, but they don't speak to this funding for food banks at this moment. So would it be appropriate? I think we would welcome it. All the points that you've made and many more to come, Mayor Thompson as well. The staff know they've got to come back with a report on that. They can talk to our local municipalities for further discussion. But as I said, I'm going to rule it doesn't relate to this motion at
Much
this
appreciated.
time. But more to come back. And
Very appreciated.
I appreciate the initiative, and I think that's the best way to deal with it. Let's give it a fulsome look with all the proper data and deal with it as a standalone. And thank you for understanding.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thanks to Mayor Thompson. Any other speakers to this motion? The only other point that I would make is I want to thank Councillor Parrish, because she's been very, very clear. I did not want taxpayers on the assumption that, well, we moved a motion last minute, we're going to go give $1 million to the food banks tomorrow. She has made it very clear, and the staff have made it very clear. If I can extrapolate it this way, it's as though we've given another tranche of funding in the form of grants, and now they've got to come and show they can tick the box and get. And so there's still a lot of checks and balances, and I'm very grateful that the motion is structured in that way. Councillor Parrish, did you have a last word on your motion?
My last word, and thank you for your comments, that they were very relevant. My last comment is, if you look through the attached work done by staff, it's very thorough and it's very careful. And I want to particularly thank Gary Kent. When I first broached the subject with him, thinking, oh dear, are we adding money to the budget? He found a way to make it work perfectly and did a really good job, worked very carefully with me. So he and his staff did a great job. And I thank you very much, Gary.
Thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, it's such an important motion. I've got to believe we're going towards a unanimous vote, but I would like the idea of you calling out each member so that we can say with pride that it was, I trust, hope it'll be voted on unanimously. So Madam Clerk, with you, a recorded vote or a formal vote on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla? Councillor Demerla? Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
Yes.
Councillor Groves in favor. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac? Councillor Kovac?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, in favor.
Yes.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Thank you. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden? I know Councillor McFadden indicated that she had to leave for an appointment. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato? Councillor Sato?
I declared a conflict. I can't vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sato.
Correct, yes.
Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
Yes.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes.
Councillor Vicente in favor. I'm just going to go back one more time and try for Councillor Paleshi. Councillor Paleshi? And the motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you to all my council colleagues. You know, they say in exceptional times and exceptional circumstances, you've got to step up, and this is the joy of being the level of government closest to the people, because we can help those closest to us. So well done, Councillor Parrish and all. Okay, that brings me down to 7.3, 2022 operating and capital budget. We've been asked, with very well done that we've reached this point to my colleagues, we've been asked to split the motion in two, recognizing Councillor Sato's conflict. So, Madam Clerk, I believe I need two separate motions, one that deals with the non-salary component of the budget and one with the residual of the budget as well. So what the chair is doing now is I am calling for a mover and a seconder for the first segment of the budget that includes the non-salary component so that Councillor Sato can vote. Do I have a mover and a seconder? And I apologize, man. I see Councillor Parrish. I'm looking for a seconder. I see Councillor Fonseca. So we are dealing with the first motion, the all in the budget that is non-salary that Councillor Sato can vote on as well. Madam Clerk, I have a mover and a seconder. Are there any speakers to that motion? If not, over to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the motion moved by Councillor Parrish, seconded by Councillor Fonseca, that the salary portion of the 2022 regional budget, which includes a 1.75% non-union salary band adjustment, be approved. And I'll begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla is absent. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
In favor.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves? Councillor Groves? Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
I am in favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden is absent from the meeting. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato declared the conflict. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
Yes.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
Favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente? Councillor Vicente? I think I hear Councillor
yes.
Vicente. Thank you. Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries 19 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Madam Clerk, I deal with the remaining motion with the balance of the budget on it as moved by Councillor Parrish and seconded by Councillor Fonseca. Again, the residual vote over to you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, were there any speakers to that report? I will begin with Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Brown in favor. Councillor Carlson?
Yes.
Councillor Carlson in favor. Mayor Crombie?
Yes.
Mayor Crombie in favor. Councillor Demerla is absent. Councillor Dasco?
Yes.
Councillor Dasco in favor. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Councillor Dillon in favor. Councillor Downey?
In favor.
Councillor Downey in favor. Councillor Fonseca?
Yes.
Councillor Fonseca in favor. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Councillor Fortini in favor. Councillor Groves?
No.
Councillor Groves? Your
No.
vote, please. Councillor Groves opposed. Councillor Innes?
In favor.
Councillor Innes in favor. Councillor Kovac?
In favor.
Councillor Kovac in favor. Councillor Mahoney?
Yes.
Councillor Mahoney in favor. Councillor McFadden? Councillor McFadden is absent from the meeting. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros in favor. Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Parrish?
Yes.
Councillor Parrish in favor. Councillor Raz?
Yes.
Councillor Raz in favor. Councillor Sato?
Yes.
Councillor Sato in favor. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Councillor Santos in favor. Councillor Sinclair?
Yes.
Councillor Sinclair in favor. Councillor Starr?
In favor.
Councillor Starr in favor. Mayor Thompson?
In favor?
Mayor Thompson in favor. Councillor Vicente?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Vicente in favor. And that carries 20 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of formalities, perhaps, before I go to a comment from the commissioner and then the CAO. We have dealt with item 8.2, the food bank letter, because it was included in the 10.1 item Councillor Parrish dealt with. We have communications item 8.1 with regards to the CADLET and OPP. Receipt of that was moved by Mayor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Innes. Is anybody opposed? That is carried. So, having concluded this segment of our meeting with regards to the budget, Commissioner Kent, if you would like a comment, and then through to our CAO before I bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a short comment from me. Obviously, this is my first cycle, and I just want to give great appreciation to all the directors, especially across the corporation, for all their input as we manage this pandemic. It's still a heavy weight behind the scenes. And in particular, I'd like to thank Norm Lum, who pulls it all together for us, and obviously Stephanie and Julie Pettini as well. And my colleagues on ELT, it's been great to get to know you, and the budget's a good exercise to get to know you even more. So we'll look forward to the next one. Thanks so much.
Thank you. CAO Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and really to echo Gary's thanks to everybody in the organization. I mean, to say that this has been a challenging year for our staff at all levels and across all services, I think would be an understatement. So, you know, we're deeply appreciative of Council's support for the budget and for all of the work that we have coming up in 2022. So very grateful for that. I also did want to jump in. I know Gary got the kudos for the food bank piece, and deservedly so. But I also wanted to make sure that Janice Sheehy and Arlene Coventry-Bauer, who are in our human services team, and were very much involved in helping Gary put that piece together. So just wanted to acknowledge their contribution. Arlene works with our food bank service providers on a regular basis and does an outstanding job, and they're the ones who really will take this funding and carry it forward. So I wanted to acknowledge their contribution, and again, thank you for the vote of confidence in both our budget and our team, and onward and upward from here. Thank you very much.
Janice, thank you. And I would have, on behalf of our team, all of my council colleagues, and I used the analogy earlier and I'll use it again. This is the tip of the iceberg again, and the work that we've done over 2 sessions as council. The mammoth part of the iceberg, they say 90% below water, is the work of the team all year long here at the region to bring us a budget. And I hope this is the headline in the paper, well below prevailing rates of inflation. And with the pandemic crisis that we've had and all the entities we've been able to help and trying to maintain existing rates of service and keep policing where it should be, and a little extra help for the food bank to have done it all well below what they're calling the modern day rate of inflation. Great work done to the team here at the Region of Peel. So shout out to everyone. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I know I have, before I go to other business or notices of motion, I know you have a bylaw pending on the fees. I will come to that. So let me knock these off in turn. Is there any other business before the chair? Hearing none. I have no notices of motion. Madam Clerk, what remaining bylaws do you have, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a motion moved by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Councillor Raz, that the bylaw listed on the December 2nd, 2021 Regional Council Budget Agenda, being Bylaw 65-2021, being given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the Regional Chair and the Deputy Clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto. And if we could just ask if there's any objections. Thank you.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, that carries. Madam Clerk, I have no in-camera matters. Over to you for the confirming bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a motion moved by Mayor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Parrish that the bylaw 67-2021 to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council at its budget meeting held on December the 2nd, 2021 to deliberate the 2022 budget and to authorize the execution of documents in accordance with the Region of Peel bylaws relating thereto, be given the required number of readings, taken as read, signed by the Regional Chair and Deputy Clerk, and the corporate seal be affixed thereto.
Is there anybody in objection? Hearing none, that carries, and I receive a motion to adjourn from Mayor Crombie, seconded from Mayor Brown. All those in favor? That is carried with a hearty well done to all. Thank you very much.